you two were really the brainchilds behind the story. How much did you guys look at the extended universe and the extremely large canon of books that have been written around the Star Wars universe when you decided to make this? Or was it more looking at Return of the Jedi and just figuring out how you guys feel it should have gone?
Hey, you want to take it?
I think it had more to do with Jedi and the continuation of 4, 5, and 6. This is 7. I think we were aware, we're respectful of the canon, but we really wanted to tell a story that interested us and delighted us, and we didn't really want any rules and parameters particularly. We just said, well, we can do anything we want with this story. What would be the most fun thing to do on this page and the next page and the page after that? And that was sort of the guiding principle, I think, more than the canon or anything that had come before.
I feel a responsibility to not just maintain, but help be a part of what pushes it all forward, and keeps it viable and exciting for future storytellers. And Kathy's really leading that charge, which is great to have her here. So but just about every movie I like, she's produced. So it's kind of mind-blowing.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology, spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
We have a vast and expansive timeline in the Star Wars mythology,
spanning over 25,000 years of history in the galaxy, with each era being a rich resource for storytelling.
Wink, wink.
Papa! Papa! Han Solo! Help! Oh no! It's got Luke! Papa!
New Tauntaun comes with an open belly rescue feature.
You'll be okay, Luke, as soon as I chase away that thing! Papa!
Luke.
Not much time. Hang on, kid. I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
This is Rogue 2. Captain Solo, Echo Base. This is Rogue 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
Hello there.
Crap. 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 Crap.
You know, hey! You guys sure are friendly, aren't you?
I'll probably never meet him.
Might. There's something different about him.
Had enough?
What do you want? I'm busy.
No, we have a race.
No. There's nothing special about you. You're nothing.
You will each be part of me, and together we will be complete.
Use the Force. Let go.
The Force is strong in this one.
Don't think anymore. I do the thinking around here.
Have you now? What?
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
He saved us. He really did it.
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Greetings, program.
Greetings, programs. Welcome to the Not My Star Wars live stream. Did Luke Skywalker turn to the dark side in Star Wars Return of the Jedi? I hope everybody's good. Happy New Year to everyone. Let's pray that this year's better than the debacle of 2020. We'll see. It's still a long road, but at least the end of the year is bringing some good things. We got to see Luke Skywalker. People seem to be a bit more optimistic. Who knows what will happen with the new president, or if somehow Trump stays in, whatever. It's still a new term, so. But I hope everyone had a great holiday. Happy holidays. And here we are in 2021. I want to do a little bit of housekeeping, and we're going to talk a lot about Luke Skywalker tonight. First, I want to remind everyone there's a merch store. Lots of cool stuff there. I'll be adding some new designs here very soon, so please check it out. You can always leave a super chat, but in the chat, you will see links to leave me a tip. It's not required. I'm not asking anyone to do it, but if you do want to, just know that if you leave a tip through that link, all the payment goes to me. If you leave it through a super chat on YouTube, they take a percentage, just for what it's worth. Let's see, what else? Pablo Hidalgo. Man, Lucasfilm is something else. They just cannot shut up. They, take one step forward and 5 back. It's just amazing. I have never seen any franchise, company, corporation that just gives you want chicken and they give you fish, and then they curse at you because you want chicken. It's just amazing. Hopefully they'll learn their lesson. Hopefully they'll make some changes this year. KK's contract is over here in January. I don't think she's going anywhere. In the past, I did, but under the current situation, I don't think she's going anywhere. We shall see. But hopefully Lucasfilm starts to wake up, because you just do not treat customers that way. I'm sure everyone knows what I'm talking about, so I won't get too much into it. And I hope you guys check out my Pablo Hidalgo video from earlier today. Some good Disney crunching there. Man. So yeah, what a year. But here we are. And, let's try to all be optimistic and look to the future. As far as Star Wars is concerned, even if you want to be super optimistic and think that things are going to change, we're not getting anything until December. So 2021 is probably just going to be full of more news and more videos for Not My Star Wars. So, I don't know, maybe they surprise us with Bad Batch or something, but there's not really anything on the table for Star Wars until later, until, the end of 2021 and then through 25. So we'll see. But we always have the classics. We always have George Lucas. This is what I do here. Always celebrating George Lucas and calling out Disney on their stupidity. They did it to themselves. They chose this route. I'm not a hater. I'm not here just because I hate Disney, or they did it to themselves. They disrespected our franchise. And on top of that, they doubled down and disrespect us. So you can't do that in business. In any other job, you would be fired for losing the company money, for talking to customers a certain type of way. I mean, it's all just insanity. But this is modern 2020, 2021 Lucasfilm. It's, what can you do? So let's see who's here. Let's say hello. And I have a little more things, housekeeping, and we'll get started. So Sean Murphy, when and how was this ever a debate? Well, I've been a Star Wars fan since May 25th, 1977. And I can tell you, since the first day of Star Wars, there's been all kinds of these debates and conversations, and I won't say arguments, but, fans getting at it. Excuse me. And one of the biggest ones I can remember, obviously after 1983, was Luke Skywalker. Did he go to the dark side to defeat Darth Vader? As tempted as I am to give you the short answer, I want to be real objective. I have about 200 images. We're going to go through them. Some of them are going to be very quick reference, and we'll go right past them. And then some of them I will elaborate on. Shouldn't take too long, an hour, 2 tops. But we're going to go through all the major scenes in Jedi. And then, of course, the throne room is where we're going to focus. And I'm going to break it down. And in particular, we're going to look at the stylizing and the dialogue that George Lucas put in there. And we're going to remember how much of a genius George Lucas is. For anyone that is new, I don't think that George Lucas is perfect. I don't think that the prequels were perfect. But they're Star Wars. They had canon, they had continuity, they respected the franchise, and they didn't make a lot of stupid mistakes like The Mandalorian and all these other shows make, and the sequel trilogy. That's not even mistakes. This is blatant shitting on the franchise. So if you know me and you know my channel, you do know the answer to if Luke turned to the dark side. But for anyone new or just for the fun of it, we're going to go through very objectively. I'm going to go through these images. We're going to talk about them. And we're going to definitively, because it's pretty clear, see if Luke went to the dark side or not. All right. So Ben Powell, no. Okay, not arguing with you. Yes, since 1983, we've been talking about that and many topics on Star Wars. Did Boba Fett survive? Did this happen? Did that happen? So, yeah. Short answer, no. Again, not arguing with you. By the way, it says Facebook user, so whoever you are, I appreciate you being here. I can't see your name. However, if you look at the bottom of the stream on Facebook, there's information there, and there's a way where you can add yourself to this chat so I can see your name, if that matters to you. Either way, thank you for being here, assuming you're still around. Rey is the bestest Jedi ever. Yeah, she sure is. Greetings, programs. Hello, D. Super happy to see you as always, brother. Happy New Year. We got through 2020. hopefully I will continue to entertain you guys and give you guys some cool and fun Star Wars knowledge. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of videos I could make, I could just jump on, but I always try to do what other people aren't doing. I did some polls recently. There was a lot of Star Wars lore and documentary requests. So I see that stuff. I look at it. I will be doing that stuff. Most of the answers were all of the above. So you guys seem to be liking the mix of stuff that I do. And I like that. I like to do just different videos, whatever's going on. I try to stay on the news, and I will do stuff like Pablo video today. But, I try to do stuff that's just different from everyone else. Pablo is a tool. He's a toolbox, the entire freaking box. He's an idiot. And it's a shame because he's not a stupid person. And he's been at Lucasfilm for about 20 years now. Although his profile on Twitter says he's retired for about 3 weeks now. So it's not clear if he's still a Lucasfilm employee, which might have been part of the thing behind Star Wars Theory and other stuff. A lot of people over the years have been attacked by Lucasfilm and other fans. I've had people comment on my videos, go walk into traffic. I mean, it's amazing that you can say that we're the toxic bunch, but I'm glad that the world is starting to see that we aren't the toxic ones. We're the ones that love Star Wars. And we're just saying, well, wait a minute, how come this is happening? We shouldn't be chastised for that. But, sometimes bad things have to happen for the truth to be exposed, and people are starting to see now that we're not the toxic ones. It's Lucasfilm and the crazies that the Mickey Mouseketeers, as I like to call them, the diehard Disney is perfect, Disney can't do wrong types. So anyways, I hate that happened to Star Wars Theory. I'm not a fan of his. I don't support him. I don't like a lot of his stuff. I'm not saying he's not a good creator. I'm not saying he shouldn't have a fan base or should be canceled or none of that nonsense. I just don't agree with a lot of the things he says, and he flip-flops. But anyways, I'm not here to talk about Star Wars Theory. Regardless of who it was, it's wrong. It could be a channel with one viewer or just a random customer, whatever. You don't do that, Lucasfilm. You don't do that. It was just plain stupid. If putting out products isn't a great way to lose customers and money, well, insulting your customers is definitely asking to lose. And Disney, what's amazing is if like Disney had a record year, like let's go back to December of 2019 or even 2018. You had Endgame, and you had Rise of Skywalker didn't do well. It basically lost money anyways. But you had Lion King and all these things going on. You still don't do that, and now you're 50+ billion in debt and insulting people. It's just madness. But anyways, it saddens me in a way that it had to be a huge Star Wars channel for people to wake up and start talking about it, including him. But that also gets a lot of attention to the issue. All I will say is, where was he when we were all getting trashed? So anyways, I'm not here to hate on Theory or anybody. I wish him the best. And he does do some cool stuff, but he does a lot of stuff that annoys me as well. Whatever. Okay. My eyes and ears ache from having to watch Pablo in your video from earlier. The things I do for my loyalty to Not My Star Wars. Yes. And again, I really appreciate you, D. Well, I'll mention something else here in a minute. But yeah, it is painful, but it's also funny. It's funny to laugh at them. And, part of Not My Star Wars is they make it really easy for me. I don't even have to. Those of you that know me, I go the extra mile. I dig, I research. But a lot of it is just like, here you go. And anyways, I hate Disney. Their treachery knows no bounds. Okay. Zen Master Me, I don't recognize you, so thank you for being here. And as you may not have heard me say in the past, I grew up with Disney. I loved Mickey Mouse and the cartoons, Bambi. Right now I'm forgetting the name, but the one of the something that sticks out to me so much that I loved as a kid was Mickey Mouse when he's in the RV, the camper, and he's going along with Donald Duck, and they're like flying in and out of the camper and going up the hills and all this mess and bouncing, like going on the side on the mountain edge and all that stuff. You know, look, that's something that sticks out to me. I love that little cartoon. Right now I can't remember the name of it. I've seen it a million times, although I haven't seen it in a long time. But you know, I grew up with Disney. I love Disney. I've been to Disney World. You know, I'm not a channel that's here that just out of hate. That's not the case. But when you shit all over my childhood and my loves, and then on top of that, you shit on me. And when I say me, Disney hasn't personally attacked me, but I'm you guys. You guys are me. So it doesn't matter if it's Star Wars Theory with who's about to reach or getting close to 3 million subs. It's pretty amazing. It would be hilarious if he gets more subs than StarWars.com. And if he does getting that close, I'll even sub to him to help that happen. But, you know, I'm not here out of hate for Disney. I'm just tired of their shit. I'm tired of them giving me black eyes. And it was stuff way before Star Wars. You know, there's nudity in their stuff. There's child exploitation. There's all kinds of stuff with Disney behind closed doors. At the parks, the way they treat people. Disney is no saint. Walt Disney himself, but at least he cared. Modern Disney's just like, they don't give a damn. So, you know, they ask for it, they do it constantly. But I'm not someone that grew up hating Disney, or, you know, it's just they've gone too far, and I'm not going to be quiet about it. So, you know, it is what it is. But I think it's important because sometimes I think people see my name and they think, well, I just hate Disney inherently. And that's not the case. You know, open your eyes, look at what Disney has done and is doing. And then, of course, when they messed with my Star Wars, you know, that was it. So, yeah. But now, today, modern day, yeah, I pretty much do hate them because they're just trash. Acting like total trash. I don't want the park to burn down. I don't want to, you know, have all these people unemployed, but Kathleen Kennedy definitely needs to get fired. Bob Iger needs to move on. We need something new, and there needs to be a lot of changes, in particularly Lucasfilm. Anyways, we'll hope for the best. Eventually, whether it's this year, 5 years, 10 years, eventually this is going to run out and it's going to change. And, you know, I'd hate to have to wait 10 years for some real Star Wars, but eventually something's going to happen. I will say, as I've said many times, honestly, I don't think half those shows are going to get made. Disney's in massive debt. The pandemic isn't going anywhere. Biden is probably going to lock down a lot of the country. Disney's on their last thread. And I think Lucasfilm within the next 6 months will be sold off, personally. Hopefully George gets it back, or at least someone that gives a damn. So we'll see, you know. We'll see. Why don't we all band together, collect funds, and buy Star Wars from Lucasfilm and create our own company to make our own Star Wars movies? I've thought of this. A lot of us have said this, and we could. And it sounds like a great idea on paper, but the problem then becomes, who's in charge? Are you all going to trust me with Star Wars? I think a lot of you would, if you know me and you've been paying attention. But some people say, no way, we don't want you to have it. I want to do it. Or I want to see Thrawn, or I want to see Plagueis, or I want to do this, or I want to do that. So that's the problem with that, is that who's going to be in charge? Who's going to make the decisions? Is everybody going to agree? No matter what you do, there's going to be people that are going to be mad. So, and let me tell you, if I was in charge, I'm wiping it all out. From October 31st, 2012 to today, it's all going away. Mandalorian, Clone Wars, Rebels, all of it gone, because it's all a freaking mess. And I'm starting over. So I would make Mandalorian what it was supposed to be in the first place, Boba Fett. How ironic. They're all of a sudden now making Boba Fett show and pushing Boba Fett, and you see how everybody, they should have just done that from the beginning. And I don't want to get into a whole Mandalorian thing right now, but just think to yourself, what if they did the same exact show from the beginning, respecting canon, and it was Boba Fett instead of Din Djarin? Everybody would have loved it. Everybody would have been like, holy shit, Boba's back. You could have spent an episode or two getting him out of the Sarlacc pit and then just pick right up right there from Jedi. You know, or a year or 5 years after Jedi, whatever. But I don't think it's realistic that Boba would have been in the pit for 5 years. He would have gotten out pretty soon, pretty quickly. And the EU says that as well. Because he would have just gotten melted away, obviously. He had to get out of there fast. But just imagine, they could have done the same thing. Baby Yoda and traveling around doing quests and bounties, but real bounties instead of dicking around. And you could have met all these other characters, Bo-Katan, and you know, Ahsoka's a problem, and I'm not going to get into her right now, but even if they did the same show, but it was Boba Fett, imagine how popular that show would have been. And we would have respected one of the greatest characters in Star Wars, and it would have been easy. You have all his history and lore. Anyways. So that's the problem with that, is who's going to decide, who's going to do what. Me personally, I'm wiping it all out, and I'm picking up with Luke Skywalker, building his academy in the proper, correct way as he's supposed to. Mara Jade is my favorite EU character, and I would love to bring her in, but she causes problems too. Because she's the Emperor's hand, but the Emperor's dead. You see, so stuff like that, that's where the EU starts to become a problem. Although the EU is great, and for the most part, it's not a problem. Just saying, there's details there you would have to tweak something like Mara Jade. But either way, I would start all over, do it right, have Luke be who he's supposed to be, and from there, then, you know, I'm not opposed to the Clone Wars or Mandalorian or spin-offs or all this other stuff, but it needs to be done correctly. So I'm wiping it all out, apologizing to the fans, and starting over. So then, do all of you want that? Some of you would be like, you're crazy. No way. I love the Clone Wars, or I love Rebels, or whatever. So you see, that's where the problem starts to happen. But as far as me, I'm wiping it all out. And it's not to say that we couldn't bring some of it back, but it would be done correctly and respectfully this time. I love the prequels, so do I. They weren't perfect, but they are true to the heart and to the story, Star Wars. The OT is the golden gem, the you know, but the crown jewel is what I'm trying to say. But yeah. Hexasy. Is that right? Hexasy? Hello there. Greetings from Colombia. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for being here, Alfredo Quintana. Very cool. What are your thoughts on Jon Favreau? I personally am loving The Mandalorian. I don't want to get into it too much, but I showed a quote in the beginning of my stream. He wants to connect the sequel trilogies and everything else. There's pictures that just came out a week ago of him with Kathleen Kennedy, all smiley, smiley. So don't think that Kathleen's not on the set or that she's not in control. That's all BS, guys. There's pictures from just days ago of them together all hanging out. Okay, so she is the president of Lucasfilm and the executive producer of the show. So don't think that she's not around. Does Favreau maybe have the most control and she's not bothering him too much? Okay, but at the end of the day, she's going to sign off on what's going on. So, Favreau, I think he does love Star Wars, but he doesn't know it very well. And that's why he needs Filoni. And Filoni does know a lot of stuff, but he doesn't give a damn about canon. So we're like all over the place. Obviously, Favreau would be much better than KK, but I don't think he's the guy to run Lucasfilm. Just because you're good at making a show or some movies doesn't mean you're ready to be a president of a corporation. Plus, how is he going to do shows and be involved in the saving of Star Wars if he's president of Lucasfilm? So I think he's a good dude. I think he has a good intention, but The Mandalorian has a lot of problems. A lot of problems. So listen, dude, legend is canon, okay? Okay. Who's ready for another 6 hours? Yeah. We're not going to do that again. In fact, I have a video coming up for it. The Clone Wars contradicts the films to the point it doesn't even feel like it's a part of the same universe. Right. See, here's the thing with all the Disney stuff. It looks pretty and it's fun. And this is something I'm going to touch on more later, because after the forever's still here after we discussed Luke turning to the dark side or not, I'm going to talk about Luke and the Mandalorian, because a lot of people have been asking for my impression and reaction and feelings on it, and I just have not had a chance to talk about it. And I will at the end of the stream. We're going to have a Luke Skywalker fest tonight. But all of it, Rebels, Galaxy of Heroes, the Legos, Clone Wars, Mandalorian, it all contradicts each other. The second you contradict something, you've decanonized it. So literally everything that Disney has made is not canon because it all contradicts the movie, this 1 through 6. And then further worse, it contradicts itself. Rebels contradicts Clone Wars. Clone Wars contradicts Mandalorian. Mandalorian contradicts Rebels. It's just a freaking mess. So you can't call any of it Star Wars. Is it fun? Is it pretty? Is it something you can enjoy and just watch? Sure. I'm not telling anybody not to watch or have fun with this stuff. But you can't take it too seriously. And until Disney publicly announces that they're sorry, that they screwed up, and that they are getting rid of, if nothing else, the sequel trilogy, y'all are just spinning your wheels. So anyways, we'll talk about Luke and the Mandalorian later. But, just be advised, all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. It all leads to Jake Skywalker. So they can do all this little cutesy stuff and get you hyped up, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we end up in the same place. Okay, so let me finish up my little bit of housekeeping and we'll get into it. Being as this is the first stream of the year, it's a new year, and Not My Star Wars has grown tremendously in its first year, especially this past month. It's just exploded. I want to say thank you so much to everyone that has watched, that is watching now, or that will watch in the future. Thank you so much, because you guys are what make this happen. I put out the videos, but if you guys aren't enjoying them and supporting them, then it doesn't mean anything. And so far, it seems like a lot of you are liking the stuff. So thank you so much. I'm glad that I can give you guys some enjoyment and a place to hang out and talk and interact. And see stuff from someone that researches the stuff, not just talks about it or theorizes about it or runs and jumps on a headline, but that truly knows the stuff and goes in deep about it. So I want to say thank you so much. I have a list here of people that I need to thank. So let me get through this list real quick, and then we can start with Luke. So I want to say thank you so much to the following people for their kindness and their support throughout the first year of Not My Star Wars. Jane Theory, Stephen Walton, the Fandom Menace author historian, John Trent of Bounding into Comics, Coach and Nick from Echo Base Network. Love you guys. They've been doing really great lately. Their channel has blown up. They're over 10,000. I'm so happy for those guys. They've been huge supporters, and we have a couple little goodies coming up. So check out Coach and Nick. They're doing really well. They're more neutral than I am. They do other stuff than I do, but love those guys, and just want to say thank you so much to them. Penny Jet, super supportive, especially on Twitter. Big hug and kiss to you, Penny Jet. Thank you so much. Flipped Out, Rookie Critic, Fallon Reacts. You guys are all amazing. Especially Flipped Out. He comes and watches my videos all the time. He's commenting on them all the time. Huge supporter. Those guys are the Fandom Collective. If you don't know them, they help all kinds of channels, especially on Twitter. If you're a new creator or someone that's thinking about joining YouTube, check them out, the Fandom Collective. You basically hook up with them on Twitter, follow them, they'll follow you, and they post your stuff, they talk about you, they help you. These guys are amazing. I want to thank them so much, not just for myself, but they just have hundreds of creators that they support. They are amazing. So check out the Fandom Collective. Abu Nas, him and Stephen Walton were two guys that I met right in the beginning. Awesome guys, have always been super kind with me. Stephen Walton didn't know me, just met me. He sent me, I asked him for a video clip when Rise of Skywalker came out, because I had mentioned that the theater was empty. There was 8 of us in the theater. And he had a video of him and his son in an empty theater too. And I asked him, hey, could I use that clip? So that clip is in my first video. And he didn't know me, but, you know, he was kind. He sent me his file to email. And, you know, I appreciate him. He's also, you know, giving me little shout outs here and there. So, and Abu Nas, I met him early on too. Very kind to me. He does the Dark Council. He does his own. He does mostly streams, not videos. He's not really into editing. But a real good dude, and he does a lot of rhymes. I love hip hop, and he gave me permission to use a lot of his rhymes in the past. And there's a really cool video on my channel from several months ago. It's the Duel of the Fates leaked images, and it's all his rhymes over leaked images for the Duel of the Fates. It's a really cool video. So if you like hip hop, if you're an Abu Nas fan and you don't know, we hooked up and made a video several months ago, and it's actually one of my favorite videos. I think it's one of the better videos I've made on Not My Star Wars. So big thanks to Abu Nas. Drunk 3PO, I haven't met him or spoken to him. I know he knows at least about me. Obviously, I know who he is. But I mentioned him because early on that video, he went on there and he had left a comment that, if I remember, he said, "This is epic." So appreciate you, Drunk 3PO. He's man, he blew up now with this Gina stuff. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword because he doesn't make a lot of content, and now he's getting all these subscribers, and now he's going to be pressured into doing a lot of streams and content. But you know, he likes it, and he's doing good, and I wish him the best. And it's just, you know, YouTube's kind of a double-edged sword. When you start, you're like, man, I want subscribers. But then when you have all these subscribers, you realize, like, shit, I got to be on the ball. I got to make all these videos. I got to do all this stuff. So I knew it because I've been on YouTube since 2012 with other channels. But, and Not My Star Wars is like blowing up right now. But anyways, so thank you, Drunk 3PO. Again, I don't know how much he pays attention to me. I don't even remember if he follows me on Twitter, but he's seen me. He knows my name. So thanks again. Kamran Pasha, want to say thank you again. He did a stream with me months ago. I need to reach out. I want to do a Tron stream with him. So look to the future. Maybe we'll do some other Star Wars or something else. He also has a short film, Miriam, which if you check out his channel, it's a cool little short film. And I like to talk to him about that. But I'm a huge Tron fan, as some of you know. And he was the writer on the Tron cartoon for Disney, at least in the beginning. So one of these days, I'm going to get him back on, and we're going to talk about that Tron. I try to focus always on Star Wars, but there's certain franchises like Black Hole, E.T., Tron. There's some things that I'll here and there touch on. So look for that in the future. So thank you again, Kamran, for coming on. Appreciate you. J.W. Rinsler. I hope you're doing well. If you do hear this, I hope you have a much better 2021. He's fighting cancer. He was the executive editor for Lucasfilm Publishing. And he came around when Clone Wars was being filmed. Attack of the Clones was being filmed at the beginning. And he was at Lucasfilm until, I want to say 2015, 2017. Anyways, he did a live stream with me. If anybody's new or hasn't seen it, check out What Star Wars Means to Us with J.W. Rinsler. There's a playlist, What Star Wars Means to Us, with the several streams there. And you can see it. It was a really cool conversation. Great guy. So I just want to say thank you again to Jonathan so much for coming on. I was a tiny channel at that time, and just my name would scare a lot of people away. And he was so gracious to come on and spend time with me. So thank you, Jonathan. DJ Scandalous. Love that kid. He also did a stream with me, and he's been very supportive since we've met. I haven't checked in a while, but he's around 700,000 subs. Really big channel. He came onto my little channel and hung out with me. Great kid. So thank you, DJ Scandalous. It's a Vase Productions. I see you, buddy, all the time on Twitter. Thank you. Orville Nation, you pop in and out here and there. I appreciate you. I've seen you several times over the past months. I see you in a lot of other people's streams too. You're very supportive of a lot of people, so I thank you for all of us. And by the way, you were my first super chat. So if you hear this, Orville Nation, if you like, let me know. I will make a video on a topic of your choice. You were my very first super chat. I appreciate you. Ichibaka. Ichibaka's awesome. He's like me. He does a lot of research. He's been supportive, and we've done some little stuff together. You guys will find out about it soon. Fed for Hire, Mark Anthony Austin. He played Boba Fett in the special editions of Star Wars. Great dude, amazing art. He will probably be doing a stream with me here in the near future. So what's up? Brian T. Shirley, you guys don't know him. He's a comedian. He's a big supporter, and he's on my other channel, the Quarantine Comics channel. So if you guys like comedy, go check out that channel. Tommy of the Guinea Pig Collective. Great dude. Thank you again for all the support. Love you, buddy. Happy Blobfish Productions. I see you. I see that you support. I see that you're watching stuff, and I really appreciate you. The other day, he tweeted out one of my videos for Christmas, so I appreciate you, buddy. Shaq T. Skywalker, one of my first supporters and fans. Big hug to Shaq T. K-Log on Twitter. Thank you so much, buddy. I see you. Price of Reason. Thank you to you, too. Entertainment Hacker. I met him really early on. Big supporter. He was the first person to do a shout-out on a video of me. Always been a big supporter. Appreciate you. Fanzine or Fanscene. Angelic Dust 411 on Twitter. Big hug and kiss to you. Appreciate you. You've been a big supporter from the beginning. Lord Callus. Cool channel. Good dude. He also has done a little thing with me, and you will see it soon. Doomcock. I appreciate your support and your kindness. You guys will find out more about that soon. Robert Pearson. He's part of the Echo Base Network community. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support and your help on a project. You will see it soon. Classic Glue Reviews, one of my favorite channels. He does an awesome Emperor Palpatine, and I think he's like me. He does videos that are different. So big thanks to Classic Glue. I'm a big fan, buddy, and check him out. He does some really cool stuff, different stuff. Comics Division, thank you for your support and your help. Appreciate you. Culture Casino. Someone that always acknowledges me, someone that always says hello. Love you, thank you. As far as viewers, I can't remember everybody. There's a lot of you. So if I miss anyone, but I want to shout out Jay Carr. He was the first person to ever comment on my first videos. I haven't seen him in forever. I don't know if he unsubscribed or disappeared or whatever, but always will remember you and appreciate you. Horde Nation, big supporter for a long time. Appreciate you. D. Pensek. Thanks. Old Star Wars Nerd, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mostly Safe. Seen you guys around for a while. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate you guys. There's a lot more. I'm sure I'm forgetting people. Don't take it personal. There's so many. I appreciate all of you. I truly do. I've even received emails from some of you, so thank you so much. Truly, it means a lot. Okay. 100% agree. I feel like I'm the more minority where I only view that. Well, you don't have to feel the minority, or you're not the only one. And furthermore, that's what George Lucas said. That is what is Star Wars 1 through 6. That's it. That's what's canon. Thank you, D. Appreciate it. We need Knights of the Old Republic. Sure, that would be great. There's so much. Star Wars is so vast. There's so much they could do. I noticed Luke is wearing a black robe in last Mando episode in particular. Yeah, he was wearing basically his Jedi, his outfit from Jedi. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute. I like Abu Nas and Phantom Collective. Besides being correct, they've always been supportive and kind. Yeah, they're good people. We're all busy, guys. We can't always remember everything or shout out everybody or help everybody. But I've reached out to Abu Nas many times, and he always gets back to me. He always helps when he can. Sometimes he's just too busy, and his own fault. He's missed out on some projects for that, but that's okay. He's always been a big supporter. He's a good dude. And Phantom Collective is amazing. They help so many people. Are you guys crazy? Is this a worthy topic to discuss? Jobless guys. Okay, well, whatever. You don't have to be here. Hello there. Hello, 78 Reasons. I don't recognize you, so welcome. Hello there. That link, I don't know what that is, but okay. I hope it's not anything I would regret. Continued success in the new year. Thank you. That guy said, there's one that I forgot. Well, I didn't forget. It's just so many people, but that guy says, bro, you've been around for a while. Thank you for your support. I see you in my streams and I see you on my videos. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. And I see you in a lot of other people's streams too. You support a lot of people, and well done, acknowledge. Well, again, I know I'm missing some people. The Admiral Ambassadorial Wing. He's another guy I met early on. Like, he saw me in a stream and he's like, hey, let's do a stream together. So, I don't agree with everything that he does or says, but he's always been a supporter. I always will support him, and he's a good dude. So, and again, I apologize if I missed anybody. Maybe I'll remember later, or if I see you, pop up, whatever. But know that I appreciate all you guys so much. Okay, so let's talk about our favorite hero, our favorite Jedi, Master Luke Skywalker. It's been a long time debate. Did he turn to the dark side to defeat Darth Vader? So we're going to take a look at that. Like I said, I have roughly 200 images. A lot of them we're just going to go by real fast, just for reference. And some of them I will elaborate on. I will, of course, interact with you guys as best as I can. So if you're new, know that I try to read all the comments, and it's about interacting. I want us to talk to each other and have fun together. It's not just me blabbering on the whole time. So let's talk about Luke Skywalker. To know your enemy, you have to become your enemy. Yeah, well, I can't totally argue that. But you also can't totally become your enemy, because then you literally become them, right? So you also have to know yourself. I understand your point, and I agree. All right. So, one of the biggest arguments to begin with is he's wearing black. Many Jedi Knights, that's what they wear. When they're in the night phase, that's what they wear, is black. Remember, Anakin, we appoint you to this council, but not to the rank of master. So it's not that black signifies dark side or darkness or evil or Sith, although the Sith are, I'm trying to think, they're always in black, aren't they? I'm sure there's some Sith at some point that had red, but for the most part, people associate black with the dark side, and it really has nothing to do with that. And just as a reminder, from the very first moment that we see Master Luke here in Jedi, he's a Jedi Knight, but Master Luke, we see him in his black suit. So just a reminder to everybody that his suit has nothing to do with it, because he's very good in Jabba's palace, is he not? So from the first moment we see him, his hologram, he's in black. Anakin turned to the dark side too. Yeah, no question there. Anakin definitely, and I think that when it comes to Anakin and the prequels, Lucas was foreshadowing a bit with his black. Obviously, because Anakin turns to, not just to the dark side. I mean, he is the embodiment of the dark side. But just remember, it's not always directly like you're wearing black, because Ahsoka, we've seen in a black robe. We saw Sasha Banks in The Mandalorian, and many characters throughout EU in the movies that are in black robes, and it doesn't, inherently mean. And yes, it is slimming. Okay, so let me just double check that the image is switching for you guys. Yes, it looks like it is. If you guys don't see the images change, just let me know. So here we are at the Sarlacc pit. Again, Luke in his black suit and his kind of tunic, if you want to call it, on top. Here we see him with Master Yoda, black boots, all black, obviously the glove. But, Luke was very in balance, very calm, very mature at this point, hanging out with Yoda. So obviously, the black doesn't signify anything. It's just his suit for the movie. And part of that was the contrast to make him stand out from other characters and how we had known him in the past. And also the lighting of the film. The theme at the end of the throne room, the 3 black suits. So that's a big part of it as well. I don't remember when or where, but I do remember Lucas in some commentary saying something to that effect, that, Lucas was very conscious of the starkness, the contrast of colors and themes throughout his movies. So a lot of this is leading up to the throne room, the contrasts there. Yep, you see it. Okay, good. Black is slimming and it hides all the stains too. Yes. In fact, you don't tend to see the blood stains, right? So smoke weed, go for it. I wish I had some. I don't. Luke on Endor, even though he has the poncho for camouflage, as you can see, he's in his dark suit. I also want to mention that Han in Empire, well, if Han had different outfits in all the movies, and before he was more blue. If some people don't really notice it because you don't really think about it, but in Jedi, he's in black. You can see the black vest, the black pants, the black boots. So again, this is a theme of the movie. It's not so much just Luke. Unless you really pay attention, Han's suit is dark as opposed to the blue. Again, Luke here, black underneath the camo poncho. Here we have one of the most important dialogue scenes in all of Star Wars, and the most touching, arguably the most touching part of the series, is him talking to Leia. And he's having the conversation how, you're my sister, the Force is strong in my family, and that I need to face Vader. And again, Luke is in all black. Well before he goes to face the Emperor, he's not angry. He's not thinking about anything evil. He doesn't say, I have to fight Vader. He doesn't say, I have to kill Vader. I have to defeat Vader. He just says, I have to face my father. He doesn't say that. He says, I have to face Vader. But what he's saying is, I have to face my father. I have to confront him, acknowledge the fact, and try to help him remember that he's Anakin. So just... the precursors to the throne room is showing Luke is very imbalanced, very calm, and that he's not going even to see the Emperor with any even intention of fighting. So then he meets Vader in the that little sub base on Endor, gives him his lightsaber. They go up the elevator and end up here. Now they don't show it, but the presumption is there's an AT-AT and a Lambda class shuttle Tidarian, right, on that platform. So the presumption that we all can make is that they went up that short elevator, got in the shuttle, flew up to the Death Star, and here we are. They come into this elevator and up to the throne room. Again, Luke in his all black. Now, you see Luke, he's serious, he's stern, but he's not angry. He's not at all angry. Pictures got okay, there's that picture got out of order here, but here you can see I have to face him, and he's very optimistic. I mean, he knows it sucks, he's a little bit sad, but you know, he's telling his sister that I have to face him. And then she says, you know, I forget the dialogue she says, but then you know why I have to face him. And you can see the optimism on Luke's face. Why must you confront him? Just run, she says. We can, you know, go far away. Because there's good in him. Not because I have to strike him down. Not because I have to end the Empire. Not because I have to destroy the Death Star. Because I need to. He's not thinking about anything but reminding Vader that deep down inside, he is Anakin Skywalker. And that's why at all costs, he has to face him. He won't turn me over to the Emperor. Well, that was a little bit of naive, but, you know, it's showing, and this is one of the big points of this stream, is that I'm going to be showing you dialogue, and this is a reminder of the genius of George Lucas. Lucas, people criticize him all the time and say he doesn't know how to write. He's terrible, blah, blah, blah. No, he's brilliant. And you're going to see in the dialogue of Jedi just how brilliant, how he clearly spells things out, and the weight of the words in the dialogue, especially here towards the end of Jedi. So, I can save him. I can turn him back to the good side. No matter how much destruction he's caused, no matter that he cut my hand off, no matter that he's the evil, the dark lord of the Sith, I believe that there's good in him. I can save him, he says. Looks like pictures are doubling up here. I have to try. Okay, so he doesn't say, he's not even thinking about the consequence or if he fails, or I have to try, regardless of anything else that's going on in the galaxy, regardless of this battle of Endor, regardless of the shield generator, regardless of the rebel fleet. I have to try to save him. This is the linchpin of it all. Because it's a combination of Luke wanting to get his father back, right? To know his father. But obviously, turning him back to Anakin is going to turn the entire tides of this conflict. So he arrives there into the that little base, whatever. You know, and they had that little dialogue, you know, I'm not, you know, it's too late for me, you know, I'm Vader, blah, blah, blah. You need to accept it. And then he says, you know, Luke, always optimistic, always constant, no matter what you say, no matter what you put him through. I've accepted the truth that you were once Anakin Skywalker, my father. And, you know, we look at stuff from the outside, but if you put yourself in Luke's shoes, everything that he's been through, and then you see this machine, this monster, he's standing next to this terror that has just ravaged the galaxy. And all Luke can think about is that I see inside. I know that you're Anakin. Nothing else matters. Luke didn't turn to the dark side. The word choice in Luke's dialogue is quite effective prior to the throne room. Yes. Here's the thing, like we've all not all of us, but look, most of us, we've seen this 1,000 times. But have you ever like slow motion or frame by frame looked at the expressions and the details, the scenery, and in particular the dialogue? Lucas is very clearly spelling things out. He's showing the tone that no matter what, Luke is only thing he cares about is getting Anakin back. He has no intention to even fight. He's prepared to if he has to, but Lucas clearly spells it out. I know there's good in you. And again, us from the outside, we look at it, but imagine you're Luke standing in front of this machine that's breathing, that has murdered millions, and he's still, I know there's good in you. That was why you couldn't destroy me back on Cloud City, which is interesting because, you know, when you see that scene, you tend to think, okay, well, Luke slunk away and got out. But on the same token, you know, part of it, Vader could have just force pushed him or choked him or done all kinds of stuff, right? So Luke does understand that at the end of the day, Vader could have finished him, especially when he's missing his hand and his lightsaber. He knew that Vader hesitated. That's why you won't bring me to your Emperor now. Well, there he was wrong. Come with me. You know, again, all optimism, all positivity, not like, okay, well, then I'll just have to fight you, or I'm not going to join you, or you're evil, or all kindness, all trying to redeem him. All Luke is doing, in so many words, is giving Vader, Anakin, love. That's the whole thing, the whole time. You don't know the power of the dark side. Such a memorable quote and scene there. And Luke, part of the dialogue here is that you're going to see that Vader, and even more so Sidious, are constantly like bullying him and trying to convince him and trying to turn him and trying to convince him that it's all lost, that it's negative, that no matter what you do, you're screwed. And Luke constantly is like, nope, I will not turn, and you'll be forced to kill me. Before I turn evil and buy into what you've done, you'll have to kill me. That's Luke Skywalker. This is a really good critique into Luke's motivation in saving as father. Thank you. Not to mention the character growth of Luke. Yes. Even in the decanonized Dark Horse comic series Dark Empire, Luke faked being evil to become the cloned Emperor's apprentice, but he didn't embrace to come to the dark side. Correct. Search your feelings. Father, not Vader, not Anakin. Father, you can't do this. And it's like just back and forth. Vader's like, nope, you're screwed. You might as well just join me. And Luke's like, nope. Father, search your feelings. I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate. Now, granted, it helps that Luke is very powerful at this point and that it's father and son. So he can, not just through the Force, but like compounded, he can feel the conflict. So it's obviously helps Luke to know that deep, deep down in there, in that suit, Anakin is there. Now, here's Lucas. It's too late for me, son. He doesn't say Luke. He doesn't say Jedi. He doesn't say, you're screwed, dickhead. He says, son. And that is Lucas giving you that little glimpse of, oh, Anakin is in there. Then my father is truly dead, which he doesn't believe, we don't believe, but it's Luke or Lucas's way of saying, well, if you're not going to acknowledge that you're Anakin, if you're not going to give yourself the chance, then my father's dead. He doesn't say that you're dead to me, that you're just evil, that you're just Vader. Luke is also playing the psychology on Vader. You understand? Like, okay, well, fine then. My father is truly dead then. It's so amazing to see the back and forth. Here they're in the elevator in the Death Star, and it's just a funny scene. They're like both standing in the elevator. They're not saying anything to each other. Luke's looking over here. It's when you really think about this scene, it's interesting, like two strangers almost, or like a couple, right? That's kind of arguing, and they're kind of looking the opposite ways. It's funny. Here they come off the elevator, and again, the colors, the contrasts. When the elevator opens, Vader doesn't have to push him. The Royal Guards, the EMPs, the Emperor's ERGs, rather, the Emperor's Royal Guards don't have to, hit him with the pikes or force him. Luke very calmly, very in balance, very confidently steps out, and he's showing his father that no matter what, even if you're going to put me in front of the Emperor, I'm here to save you. Because in the Star Wars galaxy, there's no place that any of us would not want to be than this place right here. Of all Star Wars, for 43 years, this is the worst situation and place that you could be. In the throne room with Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine. Aboard a Death Star. You'll no longer need those. He releases the handcuffs, which is kind of neat. He moves his finger and they come loose. Luke could have very easily broken them off at this point, or, taken them off himself. But it goes again to show how in control and how calm Luke is. He just walks right up to the Emperor. He's like, okay, whatever. And then the Emperor releases him. It's just showing the maturity and the calmness, the zen of Luke Skywalker. In time, you will call me master. How'd that work out? Here, I want you guys to all pay attention to all the dialogue that's coming up, because it's very specific. And here, from the beginning, Emperor Palpatine is trying to work the psychology on Luke. Like, okay, you're in the throne room. There's nowhere you're going to go, buddy. We got you. And you might as well just give up because, So in his way, he's like, well, I got you now. You will call me master. Not, we're going to fight. I'm going to blow up your shit. I'm going to kill you. On the same token, Palpatine is very calm and, playing the psychology, putting it in Luke's head that you will be mine. This dialogue shows Luke's stoic nature more than I ever realized. Yes. Remember, deep, son. Hello, Millie Mill. Thank you for being here. And again, it's no insult to anybody. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this scene 1,000 times. But unless you really break it down and look at every step and you really think about the dialogue, because we don't have the script, right? Like, you could buy the book or you can maybe find a copy of the script. But if you haven't really sat down and looked at each word, each sentence, it all has so much weight. And all of this is the brilliance of George Lucas. And I'm not saying that nobody helped, that nobody else wrote, but Lucas oversaw it and very purposely put in specific dialogue. Lucas was a master of this, and he was also a master of tightening the screws. That as the movies and the battles and everything progress, it builds more and more tension. And that's something that most movie makers don't understand. Disney most definitely does not understand. So yes, it's really cool when you look at this, breaking it down sentence, phrase by phrase. And I don't have like 100% of the dialogue, just the most important stuff. And it just shows, Lucas really thought this stuff through. Palpatine is sure of his power. Yeah, at least he thinks he is. He's confident, right, that he's going to turn Luke. But he wasn't counting on Luke being that righteous. And the thing is, and this is out of Lucas's mouth, Palpatine is the devil. He is the personification of the devil. And the devil is technically powerless, although this devil, has a lot of power. But at the end of the day, the devil is really powerless. He only has power when you give in to him, when you do his bidding. Because otherwise, if you just tell the devil, nope, he's like, well, shit, I can't do anything. And it's the same thing. And, Palpatine does have that confidence, but Palpatine also knows that the only way I'm going to win this is to turn Luke, because otherwise I either have to destroy him or I'm going to be destroyed. And Palpatine would know that as well. By all means, he's confident. By all means, he believes that he's going to turn Luke. Just saying that at the end of the day, the devil only has power if you give it to him. And Luke, again, here's where we're going to see the volleying back and forth. Palpatine saying, I have you. You're going to be mine. And then Luke, very calmly, look at his face. You're gravely mistaken, son. No, you won't. He's got Vader next to him. There's royal guards who just went around the corner. They're around. And the Emperor of the Galaxy in front of him. And Luke's like, nope. You won't convert me as you did my father. Not as you did Vader. Not, you won't convert me. You won't turn me. Very specifically, you won't convert me as you did my father. So, one, he's saying to Palpatine, that's my father. I acknowledge him. And no matter what you do, I'm here for him. And Vader standing next to him, and you can even see how Vader kind of turns. He hears and understands that as well. That even in this situation, even now that Palpatine is starting to pound on him with the psychology, that Luke very calmly is saying, acknowledging my father. You will find that it is you who are mistaken. And again, some of these images will jump a little bit. It's not every single piece of dialogue. It's the most important stuff. And again, it's about the volley of back and forth. So he's saying, nope. So now we've gone from, you won't turn me like my father, and then we go back to the dark side. Palpatine saying, no, you're wrong. You're the one that's mistaken. By now you must know your father can never be turned from the dark side. To me, Palpatine made a big mistake there. He shouldn't have said your father. He should have said, you should give up because Vader's mine and you're never going to turn him. But he slips up and he acknowledges that it's his father. And to me, Lucas knows this. Palpatine made a big mistake there, because now Palpatine is saying to Luke that is your father, and Vader is hearing this. So now the three of them are making connections, and Vader is saying, even Palpatine knows. Well, I mean, he always knew, but he's like acknowledging it out loud, right? And Vader's listening to this. And again, Luke obviously knows that that's not correct. That's why he's here, that he can be turned. But Palpatine, the devil, trying to convince him. So here we are on the dark side, volleying the psychology. You might as well give up. Your father, he's lost. He can't get away from the dark side. And what does Luke immediately do? He doesn't roll his eyes. He doesn't huff and puff. He doesn't get upset. He very confidently says, nope, you're wrong. So now we're volleying back on the light side. And Vader again is looking and listening. You can see, Understand body language. When someone is disinterested in you or against you or angry with you, they will turn away from you. When someone is endearing to you, whether it be a female or the opposite sex or whatever your orientation is, family, a friend, they lean into you. Okay? And Vader is not straight. He's not away. He's leaned into Luke. So subconsciously, Vader is breaking down inside. One little drop at a time. But he's starting to, he's seeing it. He's feeling it. He's understanding that both of them are acknowledging. It's almost like Vader's like the man in the middle in this. You know what I mean? Like you got Sidious talking crap, and then Luke's like, nope. And Vader's just like in the middle looking at this. Like two people having kind of like, this happens to all of us where there's three people or more. There's three people and two people are talking as if that third person isn't there. And Vader's hearing all this. He's seeing the back and forth. And he's seeing that no matter how much Palpatine is insisting, Luke is like, nope, you're wrong. The pacing of the OT is amazing, especially in comparison to the sequel trilogy. Yes. Good point, a sign of quality. Yes. Lucas also understood pacing, that when things needed to move, they moved. But when something had to simmer, when something had to marinate, like the throne room, he knew how to hold it there. Although I won't get too much into the overall debate of Jedi, Empire, all that. A lot of people talk down on Jedi. To me, it's the best Star Wars movie. Empire's amazing. I love Empire. But Jedi, to me, is the pinnacle of story, dialogue, special effects, everything that is Star Wars and George Lucas was Return of the Jedi. I've said it before in other streams. My list is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the order of the movies that I like, the Star Wars movies, how I love them. I love them all. I'd watch any one of them any time of day. And I've seen them all hundreds of times. I couldn't begin to tell you. But to me, Jedi is the pinnacle of it all. It has its flaws, it has its things, but the speeder bikes and this scene and Luke, Jabba's palace and so many things. Anyways, so Luke, again, even though you can destroy me, if I can't win, well, soon I'll be dead. But I'm taking you with me. That's another thing. Luke is like, okay, I'm not here to fight. I'm going to do my best to save my father. But if it all hits the can, well, you might get me, but I'm going to take you bastards with me. So it just shows, again, the maturity, the confidence of Luke Skywalker. And here we are again, light side volley. And then we go dark side volley. Perhaps you refer to the imminent attack of your rebel fleet. That's important because he's saying, I know about your shit, son. I'm the one that gave the information for the location of the shield generator, and I let your shuttle come in. It's all part of the plan, and that's him trying to, which he did. No, it's not to say that he didn't, but he's saying it to Luke to say, like, I'm already ahead of you. This is all planned. You've got no chance, And then Luke right back the other way. Your overconfidence is your weakness. Okay, so we have the back and the forth. And again, you see Vader, he's turned. He's leaned into Luke. And then Vader says, it is pointless to resist. And if you listen to it, you're going to hear a very, like a calmness in Vader's voice. He's not saying it like out of anger or out of trying to convince. He's not like Sidious. It's like, you're screwed. It's just Vader saying like, man, the dark side is so powerful and I'm so lost. And I thought the chosen one I thought I could control it, and I couldn't. So he's one saying, you know, like, as a matter of factly, like, you know, you're not going to get out of here. You've got two Sith. You're in the throne room. It's pointless. But the key again, my son, not Jedi, not Luke, not dumbass, not you're screwed because you're in the throne room with two Sith. My son. So, and look how turned he is, how turned into Luke he is. So it's a father speaking to his son. Lucas again. Your friends up there on the sanctuary moon are walking into trap, as is your rebel fleet. So now Sidious trying to again tighten the screws, volley back, like, you know, you can argue all you want, but it's imminent. Everything's screwed. You're done. An entire legion of my best troops awaits them. And you can see some concern on Luke's face. It did catch him off guard because he didn't realize how much Sidious had known and previously planned. And he's starting to understand that it's kind of becoming a trap here for not just him, but his friends. I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational when your friends arrive. And, you know, I can't do a good Emperor, but the way that Ian McDermott, all his lines, you know, he's brilliant. He was just amazing as Palpatine, Papa Palpatine. But yeah, you know, this particular line, I'm sure you all can hear it, you know, very matter of factly, you know. And the end of your insignificant rebellion, you know, really, like, his eyes glow up and you could see like the stress in his lips and the way he says it. So here Luke is in front of the window looking, and you know, Palpatine has started the attack, and Luke's like freaking out a bit because he's like, oh, you know, I didn't think maybe that far ahead. I didn't realize that he knew about the rebellion and everything that's going on. And Luke, so unselfish. He's there for his father, but he's also thinking about the rebellion and, of course, Leia and Han and everyone else. That's Luke Skywalker, worrying about everyone but himself. So Luke's freaking out a little bit. You can see it. And he looks down at his lightsaber, and of course Sidious is like, you want this? And he puts his hand on it. Again, egging him on, trying to lure him in. You know, take it. Take the saber. I know you want it. The hate is swelling in you now. You know, trying to subconsciously put in Luke's head, it's over with anyways. You might as well give in. With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant. Again, like trying to convince Luke that it doesn't matter, dude. I've already got you. So every second that goes by, you might as well fight or, you know, give in. Notice the Vader's looking at Luke, not at the Emperor. And to me, that was him observing how stoic and mature and cool-headed Luke is behaving. Because Anakin knows himself, and Anakin remembers how reckless he was. And he's seeing his son, and he's proud of him. Because even in this moment of just being screwed, standing right in front of Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine, he still has hope. He still is keeping himself together. And what does Luke do? Now back to volley. No. And that is the one thing that just the devil hates to hear. That anything you could say, no. And of course, now we volley back. Emperor, it's your destiny, son. There's nothing you can do. You might as well. It's It's predetermined. You're screwed. You, like your father, again, to me, Palpatine making a mistake, making that connection. He should not do that. You, like Vader. Instead, he says, you, like your father, which Luke hears that, and Vader's hearing that. That was Sidious's his confidence. Like Luke says, you're overconfidence. But he believed that he had such a hold on Vader that Luke couldn't turn him. Are now mine. Great acting, fantastic dialogue, so simple. Here we see, he says to Piet, we're in position, blah, blah, blah. And Piet says, good, just hold position. We only, and he's like, well, how come we're not going to attack? And he's like, no, we only need to keep them from escaping. I have direct orders from the Emperor himself. I always liked Piet. He seemed like a very competent officer, and I was happy that he got promoted, ironically. I always liked him. But it also shows, that the Emperor did know what was going on and did have a trap and how powerful he was. So Luke's seeing this, and he's like, well, your friends have failed. So again, trying to get to Luke. You're stuck. You're mine. Your father's irredeemable, and you can look out the window. Your friends are getting blown up. You failed, buddy. Not just you, but your friends over on the other side of this, rebel plan, Endor, the space battle, and here, they failed. They haven't, but you understand he's trying to convince Luke of this. And Luke, again, not angry. He is anxious. He is a little bit freaked out because he's starting to understand the bigger picture, that it's not just Palpatine is worried about him or aware of him. He knows about his friends on Endor. He knows about everything that's going on. So Luke is freaking out a bit. Now witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational battle station, which, of course, is going to freak out Luke. He, looks over, hits the button, fire at will, and that's when the Death Star takes out one of the Mon Calamari cruisers, and everybody, both Luke is like, oh, shit, and in the space battle, they're all like, oh, move away, that thing's operational. And Lando's like, we got to give Han more time. Here you can see the Mon Calamari, the first ship that gets blown up. So now, again, Luke is tightening the screws. The tension keeps building. The stakes have just gotten much bigger. It was already a mess. And now the damn Death Star is operational. And Palpatine, again, trying to convince him, your fleet is lost, so you might as well just give up. You might as well just give in. And Luke here, turns back and forth a few times, looks at Palpatine's looking outside, and Luke is freaking out. By all means, it's not to say that Luke was just perfectly irreverent, but he did maintain his control. And your friends on the Endor moon will not survive. So there, the dialogue, he's clearly saying that not only do I know that you're trying to turn Vader, and it ain't going to happen, but you saw that I just blew up one of your ships and you see the space battle through the window. But I also know about your buddies on the Endor moon. So I've got your number, so to speak. And Luke, at that point, is like, oh, shit. He's starting to really freak out because now they're screwed from all angles. And, probably a million things are going through his head. Like, should I have stayed? Should I have protected them? I've put everybody in danger. What am I going to do? And again, the psychology, he doesn't say Luke or Jedi. Now he's calling him my young apprentice. Like, oh, I've already got you, so I'm just going to call you apprentice. And Luke's like, yeah, right. He's concerned. But, Luke isn't buying that crap. And then he also tries to increase the stakes, as will your friends. So further, you know, playing on Luke's psyche. And Luke turns and he looks, and you can see he is freaked out. He's like, oh shit, what am I going to do now? So Luke is really thinking about the situation and what is he going to do? How is he going to proceed? I can feel your anger. Now that is a lie. That is him again, the devil, trying to lure him in and say, well, you're screwed. Your friends are screwed. You're going to be my apprentice anyways. And I know that you're angry. So just go ahead. Turn to the dark side. But that's just him trying to convince Luke. That's not saying that he actually feels his anger. He feels the conflict. He feels the distress, but not anger, because Luke is not angry. And then he says, I am defenseless, you know, trying to lure him in again. So take your Jedi weapon, strike me down, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete. So then Luke, you know, uses the Force, gets the saber. Now, number one, he doesn't like get the saber and just strike. You see that he brings it here to think about it and to position himself, but also to mentally like, okay, what am I going to do? He's taking a stance like, hey, you're not going to keep bullying me, but it's not anger. And he doesn't just try to strike him down. He grabs it. He brings it up. He very much telegraphs what he's going to do. It's not like he's trying to do a quick or a secret strike. He's just, you know, he literally brings it up here, showing that you're not going to keep this up. And he then, you know, swings down and Vader blocks it. He didn't really try to take down the Emperor. It was just more so, you know, you're not going to bully me, because he didn't keep trying to strike at the Emperor or go around, or, you know, he just, you know, here it is. And then he just comes down and Vader blocks it here. And of course, you know, Palpatine trying to play on his psyche, laughing. What a cool shot that is. So then we see that it cuts away, but then when it comes back, you know that it picks up from that point, and that Vader and Luke start fighting throughout the throne room. If you watch that scene, you're going to see that Luke is not pressing the attack. He's not, let's say, 100% defensive, but he's not pressing the attack. It's all Vader. And you can see again Luke's face, his posture, his positioning, his actions. He's very calm. He's very stoic. He's very in balance. And Vader's like chasing him around here. There's this scene where he ends up kicking Vader down the stairs, which is a very cool scene to see Vader going down the stairs. And then when Vader gets to the bottom, you see Luke, again, not angry. He doesn't jump down the stairs to strike at him. He doesn't throw his lightsaber. He's very calm, assesses the situation, looks at his father down the stairs. And what does Luke do? Well, Palpatine's like, good, you know, as trying to egg him on again. Like, oh, now you have the high ground, Luke. Right? And you can see that Luke hears him, and you can see that he's like he's thinking. He rebalances. Let the hate flow through you. There is no hate. He's trying to convince him. And what does Luke do? He looks back at the Emperor for a moment, then looks back at his father as he's getting up, and Luke puts away his lightsaber. He doesn't attack the Emperor. He doesn't go after Vader. He doesn't stay there with his saber open with the high ground. He puts it away. Nope. Obi-Wan has taught you well. Don't try it. I've got the high ground, Anakin. What a beautiful shot. What a beautiful scene. And what does Luke say? No, I will not fight you, Father. Not Vader. Father. So Luke has the saber away, and Vader's coming up the steps, and Luke is even walking backwards. Right? He's stepping back. He's showing Vader that, not fear, he's showing that I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to take the offensive. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to do it. Here you can see he's looking at his father. He's serious. He's taking this serious and being cautious, but you can see he's not angry. Happy New Year, Torres Arroba. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year to you, man. This is a cool part too. You are unwise to lower your defenses, then Vader strikes, turns on his saber and goes after him. Very cool little part there. You can see there. He ignites the saber and starts back at him. But again, this whole time, Luke is not pressing. Luke is not on the offensive. It's all Vader. It's all Palpatine with his words and Vader with his actions. So then Luke, of course, has to defend himself. But as you can see how he's on the steps here, he's backing up. He's more in a defensive mode. He's not pressing Vader. Vader is pressing him. Luke is, of course, fighting back because, he doesn't want to get chopped in half. But he's not attacking. Just a cool shot. You can see Luke's face. There's no anger there. His eyes aren't glowing. None of that. Look at Luke's face. Very calm. Not sweating, not freaked out, not angry. Very calm. Lucas knew what he was doing. Here, Vader's pressing him. And again, Luke is backing up. Luke is not pressing. He's constantly backing up. Vader is pressing. So Vader swipes at him. Luke jumps into this little, I never knew what this thing is. I guess it's just a little like you stand in there and work on the computers. I don't know. Anyways, the point here is that Luke is constantly on, I don't want to say retreat, but he's like holding back, right? He's not on the offensive. And from here, Vader swipes at him and he does that backwards flip up onto the catwalk. Here's the flip. And as you can see, his saber is off. He turns it off in midair, which is cool. And the first thing he does, again, he has the high ground. He's not angry. He's not wanting to fight. Your thoughts betray you, Father. Okay, so he can feel Vader just like Vader can feel him. And he continues, even though you're pressing me, even though I'm in a bad situation, I'm still here to save you. I feel the good in you, the conflict. Mace Windu used a little dark side to use Vapid Form 7. Is dangerous, though. I think he is the only Jedi who dominate that style. That's why he won to Palpatine. Yes. Others had attempted and fell straight to the dark side. It is very dangerous. He was the only Jedi that could use that form and not turn. During that era, and Lucas had said it out of his mouth and in the movies, that Mace was the most powerful Jedi at that time, and that, yes, he was using that form. But that's not so much that he was tapping into the dark side. It's that he was using a dark side form and was able to keep himself from turning to the dark side, whereas others had tried and they fell. So, again, Luke, optimistic, as always. No matter what, I've got the high ground. Everything's messed up right now. My friends are in danger. and I still feel the good in you. I'm not going to give up on you. You couldn't kill yourself to kill me before. And this, again, is one of the coolest scenes in all of Star Wars. I don't believe you will destroy me now. Luke continuing his optimism, continuing to fight for his father. You underestimate the power of the dark side. Vader. At this point, I'm not saying that Vader is turned at this point, but I feel, to me, watching this, that Vader is at this point kind of putting on a show for Palpatine. He's not totally ready to turn on Palpatine, but he's not on board totally either. He's at distance, and he's trying to put on a show for Palpatine that, you know, I'm still after Luke. Like, you can sense the conflict in Anakin. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny. And Luke, you know, it's like, well, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I'm not going to. And you even hear Vader said, if you will not fight, he knows that Luke is not wanting to fight, that he's not going to fight him. That if he has to strike him down ultimately, then. And here's another thing that, I mean, while it was never stated, I always understood it as, if Luke were to strike down Palpatine, then potentially he would be turning to the dark. But just the same, Luke understands that if Vader strikes down Luke, that Anakin would deeply regret it, and that would turn him in itself. So Luke, again, a true hero, knows that even if you have to destroy me and strike me down, I'm not going to turn. And furthermore, you doing that is, like Palpatine was saying to him, Luke is saying, you're going to turn to good. And then here, this is one of the coolest parts. He throws his lightsaber. If you will not fight, then you will meet your destiny. He cuts the catwalk. Palpatine's cackling. I just noticed something here. If you look here, I don't know if that's stars or if he has some sort of like brooch or something here. I never noticed that. I'll have to look back. I don't know if that's like a defect where the star field in the background is coming through, or if that's something on his robe, but I don't think so. I think there's a little defect here where you can see through him. That's interesting. So Vader throws the saber. It cuts down the catwalk. Luke runs off and hides, and Vader goes up goes and gets his lightsaber. Comes down the steps looking for Luke, and of course the Emperor trying to egg everything on. Good, as if it's all to his plan. Let's see. Luke and Anakin Skywalker are the most powerful Jedi of all time. Can't argue that, in my opinion. Well, according to the EU, Luke goes on to literally be the most powerful of all Jedi of all time. More than Yoda, more than anyone. In Empire, Yoda is the most powerful. But yes, Luke goes on to become the most powerful. And then, of course, Anakin, he's the chosen one. Anakin, I don't believe, ever reaches his ultimate level as a Jedi or a Sith. As a Jedi, he's reckless. And as a Sith, he's a machine. So he never, to me, fully achieves what he could have become. He is the chosen one. He would have become the most powerful Jedi, or if he didn't become burnt bacon, he would have become the most powerful Sith. But that was part of Anakin's downfall, is his impatience, his recklessness. So yes, he should have been, he would have been, but did he actually achieve that? No, because he screwed up. And almost looked like he was going to join the dark. Nah, I don't think so. In my Luke was trained different with balance mode. And I think George Lucas tried to explain this with his clothes in every movie. White in Episode 4, gray in Empire, and black. Yeah. He's also showing that, like, the severity of the situation, that the darkness is coming upon the galaxy. It's consuming the galaxy. Darth Sidious loves to manipulate, just like what he did in Episode 3. Yes, absolutely. And again, that's where the devil gets his powers, through manipulation, through you doing his bidding. Because the devil technically doesn't have any power. His power comes from you believing, giving in. So then there's, they talk about Vader's talking about his friends, and he's saying, your feelings are strong for them. So now Vader's trying to do a little bit of psychology, like, playing on the card of his friends. And Luke is in the corner, like, with his eyes closed and, like, thinking. And then, Vader is, like, searching for something. And he senses about his friends. And then he says, your thoughts betray you. And then basically Vader says, paraphrasing, join me. You have to join me. You might as well give in. It's the only way that you can save your friends, which is so silly when you think about it. Like, they did the same thing, like, in the Disney crap, where Rey at the end, Palpatine's like shocking, doing the Force storm and killing all of Rey's friends, and he's like, the only way you can save them is if you become the Sith Lord, and then Empress Palpatine, that's the only way you can save them. But it's ridiculous, because as soon as you turn to evil, you're just going to turn around and kill your friends. So it's just silly. And again, this is the devil's tricks, his psychology, that I'll give you ultimate power and then you can save your friends. But in reality, if you go to that darkness, you're going to end up wanting to kill your friends anyways. So anyways, playing on Luke, it's the only way you can save your friends. And you can see Luke's eyes, like, so concerned, like, man, so much is happening right now in this moment, and he's really worried about his friends. And again, Luke, I will not fight you. No matter how dire, no matter what happens, you're not going to convince me. You're not going to turn me. I will not fight you. Vader's looking around for him. You cannot hide forever, Luke. He doesn't say Jedi or something else. He says Luke. I don't remember the exact dialogue, but he's like, I can sense your feelings. Your feelings are strong, especially for sister. And that's what gets Luke. It's not that it turns him. It's not that he goes to anger. But you have to, at this point, understand that Luke is at the playground. And there's these two bullies that are much bigger, wiser, stronger than him. And they've been punching him and pushing him around all over the playground. And at some point, you're going to fight back. But even Luke is saying, nope, I'm not going to fight. You're not going to turn me. You can sit here and pummel me. You could kill me, but you're not going to turn me. But then Vader says, sister. And Luke loves his friends. He cares about the rebellion and the galaxy and life and love and all these things. But the only thing that Luke truly has is Leia. His mother died before he knew her. His father has been long gone. Aunt Beru, they're barbecue Beru. They're gone. His aunt and uncle. So the only pure human thing that he has is Leia. I mean, he has Han and everybody else, but his true love, his true blood, his true, his sister. And it's one thing that you're bullying me, but now you're threatening my sister. And that's where Luke is like, nope. And Vader's like, you have a twin sister, and you can see Luke's eyes like, no, like, damn it. Now he knows. But he's also like, that's what strikes the emotional nerve with Luke, is that now Leia's in direct danger because Anakin or Vader is aware of her. Your feelings have betrayed her too. Your feelings have now betrayed her too. And you can see his eyes like, shit. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. And that line, again, Lucas playing on the psychology, playing on the words, because he didn't have to say that. But what Vader is doing is bringing up his friends, bringing up his feelings, bringing up his sister, and then even bringing in his mentor, Obi-Wan. He's trying to pluck at his nerves and his feelings. All the things that you loved and associated with, Vader's like calling out. And then he says, now his failure is complete, which is so untrue, but, again, trying to convince Luke, trying to push him. Let's see. The Broom Kid is the most powerful Jedi of all time, period. You are correct. What a stupid waste of time that was. Luke was the most powerful, and then Rey somehow learns the ways of the Force in a matter of days. Yes. Eye roll. Just one moment. Just one moment. This is for you. Okay. I hope you saw that. It should have overrode. Okay. So then Vader's like, now Vader realizes, okay, this is the one thing that could turn him, that Luke isn't going to give in. He's going to be a stubborn, he's being stubborn, and he's going to keep fighting for me. He sees the rebel fleet getting trashed in space. He knows that his friends are screwed on Endor, but the one thing that now he found that specific nerve is Leia. Even Luke's hair indicates how he's changed throughout the trilogy. Yes, his hair in episodes 4 and 5 is wild and unkempt, but here in Return of the Jedi, his hair is maintained and brushed, indicating how he has matured. Yes, absolutely. Great observation. But it's true. His clothing, his haircut, his demeanor, everything shows that Luke is polished. Barbecue Baru, yes. And roast rib Owen, yes. So then Vader knows, this is how I'm going to get. This is the thing that will work. If you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will. And this, of course, is where Luke snaps. Now again, never! And he lights up his saber, and he comes at Vader. He's not angry. His eyes aren't glowing. He's not... he does swing around a little bit violently, but not out of control. By the way, Lucas, again, genius, showing the reflection of Anakin, because Anakin does that too, right? In the hallway and in different scenes, Anakin's very, like, when he gets wound up, he flails like Luke does here. But remember the bully metaphor that I was giving you a minute ago, that you're bullying me, and sure, eventually you're only going to go so far before he fights back, but he just kept saying, nope, you're not going to turn me, you're not going to convince me, you can strike me down if you have to. But as soon as it became Leia, Luke wasn't angry. He was just like, over my dead body, you're going to hurt my sister. never. And he lights his saber and he starts coming at Vader. And you hear the music and Luke starts going at him. And again, he's straining. He's putting in, he's exerting himself, but he's not angry. His eyes aren't glowing. He's not tapping into the dark side. He is defending his sister. And I don't feel that he has any intention of truly killing Vader or hurting him. He's just like, all right, I've had enough. And he starts, pushing back. But notice that the thing that got him was, again, the unselfishness of protecting his sister. Someone that is turning to the dark is not going to have that unselfishness. Again, Luke's face. He's not angry. He's very calm. He's very precise. He's very in control. This great scene, Luke pushing him back. And I'm sure you guys like me can hear that music. Another really cool shot. Here he's getting Vader, pushing him back to that walkway. The detail, here's that catwalk that was cut down. You see it hanging down here. Luke striking at Vader again, not angry. Here he's wearing down Vader. What Luke was doing here is beating the fight out of Vader, not trying to kill him. Enough with the bullying. I'm going to wear you down. Here he's striking, continuing to wear down Vader. And there's two things happening here. He's wearing him down physically because Vader hasn't had a challenge probably in a long time where somebody really fought back to him. So for him to maintain the breathing in the fight, but he's also breaking him down or wearing him down emotionally. And Anakin is understanding that while that was the trigger to trick him, his sister, he also sees my son is fighting for his sister. That my son was willing to let me strike him down, but not his sister. Here, he swings at Vader. Vader dips under. Here's where he had just dodged. And then Vader instantly collapses and holds onto this railing because at this point he's worn out. Here you can see him. And he's trying to block. Luke has the high ground. Luke has the momentum. Luke has the energy. Vader, at this point, is pretty much done. He's putting up his last defenses. He's breathing very hard. And Luke, here, if you guys remember, he's like, right? And he's not trying to strike Vader. He's purposely pounding the saber, trying to wear him down, trying to beat the fight out of him is what he's doing. He's not trying to hurt him. He's just beating the fight, the anger out of him. Here you can see Vader's blocking. And then Luke gets in position and swipes his saber over to the side. Here you can see. And that's where he comes down and cuts his arm off. Or his hand, his wrist. And again, this isn't malicious. Furthermore, you see how Vader's wide open? Luke could just literally right now, just cut Vader in half. He could stab him in the neck. He could strike his helmet. But he could literally just zip right through, cut right in half. He's not trying to hurt Vader. He's not trying to kill him. He's just trying to wear him down and beat the fight out of him. And he has the position, and he cuts the hand, which is, to me, it was a conscious and unconscious thing. Conscious in the fact that, okay, I can disarm him and end this. But also the unconscious of, as we know, the hand. But right here, Luke could have finished Vader, no problem. It's funny when you see this still image, you can totally tell it's like a dummy hand. You don't pick that up in the movie, but it's just interesting. Like you can totally tell it's a fake hand, and I think he moves. I think it is David Prowse here, but it might even be a dummy. But the hand, is totally fake. You don't catch it in the movie, but when you look at it here, it's kind of funny. You can also see how the pipe here, you see how there's a crack? It's like a breakaway pipe. It almost looks, there's like a band or something here holding it, but you can see. And then, of course, off with the hand. Vader's like, oh, leans back. At this point, they both know Vader's through. Vader's breathing real hard. And again, you see how Luke is like this? Luke could just... Remember, a lightsaber, you don't have to even put strength behind it. I could just, tap you with a lightsaber and it's going to cut through you. So he could, at a flick of a wrist, just end Vader here. If he were consumed, if he were even flirting with the dark side, he would continue to attack. He would consider or even attempt to attack Vader, and he doesn't. All he wanted to do was wear him down and disarm him, and he did. Vader falls back. Luke, just being cautious and sure and showing Vader it's over, is standing there. And again, Luke, all he has to do is just, lightly push into him, and Vader's done. He could just put that saber right through him or cut him in half. No problem. He clearly beat Vader. And he's looking at his father like, okay, I've done what I need to do. And he's thinking of himself being in that some sort of situation. Because if you remember in Empire, before Luke jumps off the that little, whatever you want to call it, the overhang, right? Or whatever, that outcropping, it's very similar. Vader cuts his hand and he has him down on the ground, saber in the same position, and he says, you've been defeated, or you've lost. I forget the exact words. I think he says you've been defeated. So it's again the parallel, the reflection back to now the shoe is on the other foot, right? So Luke is looking and analyzing and remembering. Again, calm. His eyes aren't glowing. He isn't angry. He sees his father breathing heavy, and his father is even almost like, I give up. And Luke could very easily finish him, no problem. You can see his face. He's looking at his father. He's not looking at Darth Vader. He's looking at Anakin. Of course, the Emperor now starts coming down. Again, the detail of the broken down walkway, catwalk, whatever. And he's laughing. Ha 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 ha. You've done what I wanted. Now you can defeat Vader and become my apprentice. Trying to put it in Luke's head. And I think that the Emperor believes in his mind, like, oh, this is actually working. Holy shit. Like, he's going to destroy Vader. I've got him. And again, that was a mistake, because Luke very quickly snaps back like, nope. As soon as he hears that laughing, he looks over and he's like, nope. And you can see him. He's looking back. Vader's finished. Your hate has made you powerful. The devil is telling you that. Luke knows that's not true. Here I can see there's like a brooch or something. Man, I never really noticed that in great detail. I gotta look at that. Again, the devil trying to convince Luke, okay, you've done it. I got you. You've got Vader. And then he says, now join me, or whatever he says, defeat Vader, to finish him, or I forget what he says, but anyways, you guys know what the idea. And Luke looks back, and as we all know, there you go. and take your father's place at my side. Man, Ian looks so wicked. And then this famous scene, of course, Luke over his father, notices his hand. This is something I noticed many years ago, but a big mistake. You see how the lightsaber is like broken? It's through the pipe. And it's not so much the special effects crew's fault. It's just that the way they filmed it, the position was Luke in the wrong place, and the saber was there. Plus, not to mention, remember, this pipe was cut from Vader when he struck Vader. This is a junction like it is here. So right around here, maybe here, it would have been cut. But this is a mistake. They did the best they could, because even if they made it a solid thing, you would know that it's trying to pass through this pipe. So he looks at his hand. Here. Let's see. So poetic how Luke cuts his hand in the same way Vader did to him. Same hand, same position, same everything. To him in Empire, he sees himself as Vader. In fact, that's how Dooku did to Anakin at the beginning. Yes. Well, and it's both ways. Vader is also seeing himself in Luke, because Vader, of course, is thinking of, this is what I did to my son. This is another part of Anakin coming back, is that he's seeing first that Luke was refusing. Then the only reason he fought was out of unselfishness for his sister, his Anakin's daughter. Then he presses the attack only to wear him down. Then he cuts his hand, and it's that reflection, but only to disarm him. Anakin, of course, is reflecting back, thinking of, I did the same. The situation is literally the same, but just reversed. And that, Luke is still showing restraint. He could totally take out Vader in this moment. And furthermore, if Luke were to turn, strike down Vader, turn to Sith, and became even more powerful, he might then and there taken out Palpatine too. So then Luke would have just been standing there like, well, I'm the new guy in the Empire. So it's kind of ironic. But anyways, yes, Luke looks at his hand, and we all remember. We all know exactly what's on his mind. And both him and Anakin are seeing this and understanding this. Excuse me. The throne room scene is the pinnacle of what space opera should be. Yes. I love the special effects of lightsaber you make with your mouth. So funny. Can you do like, I don't remember what I did. Zzz, I think is what I did. It's funny. I miss well done practical effects in cinema. Yeah. And I mean, if you go through Star Wars with a fine-tooth comb, there's one or two things like this. I mean, this is 1977, or in this case, 83. But I mean, the majority of this shit is on point. There's not mistakes. One episode of The Mandalorian, any one of them, has more problems and mistakes in it than the entire OT. And I know because I've looked through all of them. Prequels, OT, Mandalorian, and everything else with a fine-tooth comb. One episode of The Mandalorian has more problems than all 1 through 6 movies. So stew on that. Think about that. Chew on that. Anyways, yes. I mean, there's certain points, where they were painting in things and going back. And they, this is back in the day. I mean, a lot of things were done by hand. This is a very forgivable mistake. And it's something that you don't really catch unless you stop it. Although if you didn't catch it before, now that I've pointed it out, you will maybe notice it sometime in the future. But yeah, overall, I mean, amazing the work that they did. Again, here, Luke looking at his hand and then seeing that. And this scene is really cool because a lot of you probably have never stopped and saw a screenshot or looked at it on pause, and you see like the little diodes and the wire and the detail of his wiring in his hand. I mean, really cool. 1983. I mean, holy shit, this is amazing. And it doesn't look fake or like overly robotic. I mean, you feel like it's Anakin's robot arm, you know, not just a strict machine, but that Anakin the machine. It's got an organic feel to it. And just neat, these little, you know, resistors and the wire and stuff like that. It's funny. You can see Vader's controls here. And if you didn't know, Vader has Hebrew here on his chest plate. A lot of people don't know that or realize that. I never knew what it says. But yeah, there's Hebrew there. Or maybe I at some point heard it, but it's not something that I remember or that stood out. So yeah. But this is just so neat to me, the little detail of the stuff laying here. And you know, they could have just made it like a cauterized flat thing or one or two wires. I mean, it must have took somebody by hand, hours, days, just to make this fake cut off hand with all these wires and things. I mean, the amount of love and detail in these movies. And Luke exhales and centers himself and takes it all in. I've accomplished what I need to do. I've disarmed him. I've taken control of the situation. He's reflecting back that this is me. This is the thing. Right now, Anakin and Luke are both looking in a mirror. The brilliance and beauty of this. They're both looking at each other and themselves. The genius of George Lucas. And of course, Sidious, you know, join me, blah, blah, blah. And Luke, what does he do? Shuts it down. Never. No matter what, never. I did what I needed to do. I've taken control of the situation. And even though I could finish him in a heartbeat, never would I kill my father nor turn to the dark. And, you know, there's so many scenes of Luke Skywalker that we all have our favorites. We all have our moments with Star Wars. I'm a Boba Fett guy. That's my number one guy, more than Luke. But Luke was always my hero, like all of you, you know. But I'm a Boba Fett guy. And I know a lot of people are a Darth Vader guy or an Anakin guy or girl. I love Leia. I love all the characters. But when you really think of Star Wars, the symbol, it isn't Vader. It isn't anybody. It's Luke Skywalker. That's Star Wars. Star Wars is Luke. And there's just so many scenes, his face, his image, his semblance. And this is one of those. I mean, you could, like, this right here could be the cover for the entire OT, the entire saga. Right here, Luke's face that, you know, I'm in control. You're not. The devil cannot beat me. I am here to save my father, and I'm going to do so at all costs. And then, of course, you know, the absolute brilliance and heroism of Luke Skywalker. That at this point, you've lost, Emperor. You could kill me. The Death Star could explode. My friends could all die. But nope, you lost. Throws away his lightsaber. The right way, not like in The Last Jedi. For the right reasons. Because he out of unselfishness, because he knows he has won, not because he doesn't care, but on the contrary, because he does care. He throws away his lightsaber. Not throws it away, but you know what I mean. Throws it to the side. I'll never turn to the dark side. Again, how many times did he say this in this throne room? All the negativity, all the attacks, all the hazing and bullying, and all Luke has to say is, no, I will never turn. You failed, Your Highness. And again, that face, that symbolism, that heroism. And one of our favorite lines in all of Star Wars, of course. I am a Jedi, like my father before me. His father is there on the ground. His friends are about to be evaporated by the Death Star. The Emperor could call in 1,000 guards right now and kill Luke, but it doesn't matter. Luke knows that he has won because the Emperor can't win. He might blow up a bunch of shit, he might kill a bunch of people, but he can't get the two most important, or even one of the two most important things that he needs and wants, and that's Anakin and or Luke. Because the Emperor, as powerful as he is, there's always two, and they need each other. By himself, he's not nearly as powerful. He needs an apprentice. He needs someone to do his bidding. Remember, Palpatine is very old at this point, too. Not that he's not powerful. He's still very powerful. But he's old. He's not going to be flipping around fighting with lightsabers. Not to say that he couldn't fight, but just saying. So what Palpatine needs more than anything is fresh blood. And Luke is like, nope. The thing that you desire the most, you will never have. Like my father before me. And again, Vader's hearing this. Palpatine's hearing this. So Palpatine's like, oh, shit, I'm not going to be able to turn him. And his father hears that even in this moment where I could have destroyed you and everything could go wrong, I'm still not giving up on you, Father. Of course, he's pissed. So be it, Jedi. So yes, Palpatine's like, at this point, okay, well, you're right. I'm not going to be able to turn you. I lost. But I am Papa Palpatine, and I still have a trick up my sleeve. I still am very powerful. If you will not be turned, you will be destroyed. Now, this shot right here. Here, let me get to the chat and we'll, because this is an important shot. Man, I hate the sequels, but I love The Mandalorian. It's not that I dislike The Mandalorian. It just, it has problems from a technical point of view, but it's fun. Hey, they discussed with Lucas to do every episode according to Jon Favreau on the documentary. I'm not sure what you mean, because that's not really right. Lucas he was on the set twice. Once season 1, when Kathleen Kennedy was there, and then once season 2, when Rosario Dawson was there filming. That's where he's holding the baby Yoda. Rosario Dawson was standing right next to him, dressed up as Ahsoka. But he's only been there twice. He's not involved, so. I never knew that was Hebrew. Yes, it is Hebrew. If you dig around for pictures, you can see. But also, it's been referenced. Lucas has said it, and it's in like visual dictionaries and stuff like that. People don't tend to talk about it or mention it these days, but back in the day when, since I'm an original Star Wars guy, we knew about it. It had been discussed. It had been brought up. And yes, it's Hebrew. Just Google's Vader's chess piece. It translates to his deeds will not be forgiven until he merits. Okay, very cool. So yes, until he is redeemed or redeems himself, which I'll touch on in a moment, and you can kind of look at it both ways. Well, Star Wars is Luke in the original trilogy, but not all Star Wars. The prequels is Anakin, and the sequel is Kathleen Kennedy. Just a moment. That's for you. One more. And I'll give you a zzz for that. I hope that comes across. I hope you see that. That was good. I've said it before in streams. I've always felt this way since a million years ago. Star Wars 1 through 6 is Anakin Skywalker's story. That's like not arguable. You see it, and that's what Lucas says. But the OT, before you really know who Anakin is, before you understand any of that, before you know anything, Luke Skywalker is the symbol of Star Wars, and technically the OT is about Luke. I mean, yes, it is about Vader, but really the OT is about Luke, whereas the PT is about Anakin. And then, of course, you know, the overall is it's Anakin's story. That's what Star Wars is. It's Anakin's story, and it's told through R2-D2. Everything you see is through that eye of R2-D2. He's telling you this story. George Lucas said that. R2-D2 is telling you this entire story. So it's Anakin's story through R2's eye. So if you won't join me, you will be destroyed. Now, this shot right here, again, the detail of the broken down catwalk, the elevator where they came in, the repetition of ending where you began. The end is here. Palpatine's about to strike. He's making his ultimatum, talking in absolute as a Sith does. But here's something that not everybody, I think, picks up on. Look at the positioning. Luke is not here or in front of Palpatine or back here. It's very blatant or very calculated. Lucas, the way he set up the shot. Luke is standing between the bully and his father. Okay? So Luke, again, willing to sacrifice his unselfishness, his heroism to save his friends, the galaxy, the rebellion, and most important, his father, that in this moment, no matter what trick Palpatine pulls out, no matter what happens, the Death Star could explode, a catwalk could fall on his head, whatever. Luke very purposely threw away his saber, declares that you've lost, there's nothing you can do, but he's also standing in between his father and Palpatine. He is protecting his father. George Lucas is a genius. When it comes to space operas, I don't know about anything else. Like I said, when I talked to Jonathan Rinsler, maybe the guy can't tie his own shoes. But when it comes to this, no one is even in the same league as George Lucas. So Palpatine, of course, starts shucking the shit out of Luke, which I'm pretty sure this was cleaned up in the special editions, you know, and now it's in 4K. But the lightning is pretty much the same as we remember in 83. This was amazing to see this in 83. We're like, holy shit, all this lightning, and he's shocking the shit out of Luke. What a cool, like, you're like, no, Luke. But at the same time, we're like, oh, that's awesome. So, yeah, I mean, just so neat. The lightning, the force lightning, you know, and Luke is pretty screwed here. Now, at first, Palpatine is kind of just like pulsing him. He's not like full out shocking him, which again, mistake on Palpatine's part. His confidence, his overconfidence is like, well, I got you anyways. You're through. It doesn't matter. You threw away your lightsaber. Okay, fine. You're going to die. So now he's like teasing him, right? Like pricking at him, as opposed to like just straight up, okay, I'm gonna finish you and get this over with. He doesn't force push him or do anything. He's just like zzz, 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 torturing Luke. It's really truly, but not all Star Wars. Captain Kennedy. Hey, Drunk, thanks for coming in, buddy. Congratulations, man. I've been watching your streams. Well, I always watch your stuff anyways. Congrats on the 20K. Thanks for being here. And yes, we all love Luke. Anybody with a brain and a heart. Don't forget to drop a like. Thank you, that guy. Johnson videos. He definitely used some of the dark side, but Luke was unique. He liked to use his own force. I don't agree with that. Luke did not tap the dark side. Clap to Drunk 3PO. I have a question because you upload a video this day's The Book of Boba. Are you excited, worried? Is there any chance that you might like the series? What you expect? I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's finish up with Luke. We're almost done. Boba Fett's my favorite character. I'm more than happy to talk about it. I also do want to talk about Luke and the Mandalorian because people have been asking me. I have not been able to give my reaction or really talk about it. So we'll talk about Luke. This is about celebrating Luke Skywalker today, but I'm more than happy and I will talk about Boba Fett. So yeah, the Force Lightning. Only now at the end do you understand what a great shot and the way he says it in the dialogue. And he says, young fool, right? Here we see Vader getting up. Your feeble skills are no match for the dark side, which is not true. If you remember, Luke asked Yoda, is the dark side more powerful? And Yoda says, no. It's easier to fall. It's easier to go to and succumb to and to be drawn to and to embrace, but it's not more powerful. At the end of the day, light always wins. Love will prevail. This is why Luke succeeds. This is why Luke comes into this with that understanding that he doesn't have to be more powerful or trained or skilled or as much as Vader is what I'm saying. Yes, of course he has to be trained and skilled, but he doesn't have to be on the level of Sidious because he has what they don't. Love, righteousness, unselfishness. That's why Luke knew he could win. Because at the end of the day, light is going to win over the dark. And Yoda clearly states that. You have paid the price for your lack of vision. Such cool dialogue. Again, Sidious making mistakes because he, in his confidence, thinks, well, not only do I have Luke down and he's shocked and he can't do anything and, he didn't turn Vader, he's still mine. He foolishly thinks that Luke didn't get to Anakin, that he's still strictly Vader, and Vader is standing behind him. This is where Sidious, again, was foolish, was naive. He failed himself because he should have known that Vader was behind him. He still trusted in Vader. And that shows the arrogance of the dark side, of the Sith. He's so confident that he's won that he's not even considering that Anakin may yet save his son. This is what I like to call a 3PO moment. Not a drunk 3PO, but a C-3PO moment. Because you can't see his face, but you can. It's as if his eyes are different. It's as if you can see through his mask. You can see Anakin here. You can see the expression. You can't, but you guys, I know you understand what I'm saying. It's you can see the change. It's almost like the tone and shape of Vader's helmet has changed. Now, as far as I know, there wasn't any aesthetic change. I think it's just great acting by David Prowse, just like Anthony Daniels could give you the impression of faces behind that mask. So I call this one of a few 3PO moments that come up here that you can see Anakin. You can see there's a glimpse there and that he's considering what's happening. He's not fully decided that he's going to turn, but he's on that edge where he's like, weighing things and understanding now that his son is being destroyed when 2 minutes ago his son could have destroyed him, and yet he didn't. Luke again, Father, please. Which, of course, strikes a nerve in Anakin. And Luke, being shocked, doesn't try to fight, doesn't try to escape, doesn't try to run. He does exactly what he came to do and what he should do. He calls to his father. This is just a cool scene. Lightning everywhere. You can see the smoke coming off of Luke Skywalker. I mean, just amazing. Again, George Lucas, the details, the emotion, the stakes, the everything in this moment, the music. Luke calling to his father, help me. In his worst part of despair, he knows he's screwed and done, and he still believes in his father. He still calls out to Anakin. 3PO moment number 2. You can see it. You can see Anakin. The way he tilts his head, he turns. If you guys remember, he's looking at Luke, and he turns and he looks at Palpatine. I mean, you can the acting here, you can see through the mask. Palpatine, of course, he thinks he's won. And this is after he's pulsed him a few times, and he's like, okay, now I'm going to finish him. Now, young Skywalker, which again is a mistake. He keeps calling out to Skywalker and father and son, and he keeps reminding Vader that deep in there is Anakin. Again, his arrogance screwed him over. You will die. Very as a matter of factly. And then he gets that little grin, that little smirk. 3PO moment number 3. Anakin Skywalker. Luke, smoke coming off of him. Man, their family line is all barbecue Baru and Anakin, burnt bacon Anakin, and now Luke is all toasty. And here's where he gives him that last, real strong blast where he's going to finish off Luke. Luke's getting shocked to hell, shocked to crap. Great effects. And keep in mind, this is, hand-drawn stuff. It's just amazing. Here, again, Palpatine's putting the last blast on him, and you see the 3PO moment. You can see Anakin now. And Anakin looks from his son, and he turns to Palpatine. Because he's like, this is that moment where he's about to let go, where he's about to cross over. Palpatine in all his anger, teeth all messed up, eyes all lit up, looking as evil as possible. And Vader again, his arrogance, Vader's right behind him, and he's not paying attention, and Vader sees his son getting cooked. So then Vader turns, and the screenshot got caught a little bad, but you can see here's Vader's mask. He's turned, actually the no, I think is Luke here. It might be Vader. Actually, I think it is Vader that's saying no there. But here's where he's like turning towards the Emperor. And then, of course, he grabs Palpatine. And this screenshot, I'm sure you guys have all noticed it in the film, but I just love how you see the skeleton from the lightning inside the suit. it really, again, it's that organic. It gives life. It really, now it shows you that there is a person in there, that Anakin is in there. Because you guys, you got to remember, when we're going back to 1983, we all like heard of Anakin and kind of understood that it was a guy in there, but you don't ever truly see, outside of hearing his voice and his breathing, you don't really truly see. Well, to be fair, in Empire, he's in his chamber, right, in his helmet. But outside of that, you only catch a glimpse of the back of his head. This is really the first moment where you get that humanity and you see, wow, you know, this machine of all this stuff, all the people that have died, all the things that have happened, the culmination of the trilogy and this throne room, the ending, and you see the humanity of Anakin. And of course, brilliant effects and the details, the walkway, the catwalk, everything, the smoke. And yeah, it was Anakin saying no. Palpatine shocking himself. Palpatine has a problem. He doesn't like to turn off his lightning. I think this is different from the sequel trilogy. The sequel trilogy was just, it's different because she's reflecting it back, and that's just different. It's just stupid. Whereas here, he's so consumed in hate, he's in the middle of attacking, and he's taken from behind, completely off guard. That sounded terrible. And that's why this happens, because he's just so enraged and taken off guard that, you know, he ends up shocking himself. And Vader, of course. And this is great again, you know. You can see the electrical pulses going through him, and Palpatine. And you know, I don't know if they threw a dummy over a thing, or I don't remember what happened here, but it's just cool. You see him, you know, flailing down and the lightning, and what a cool shot. The railing here that's cut, right? Because Vader was here a minute ago on the ground, Luke was here, and Palpatine came down the stairs here. So here's that elevator, and of course he throws him over. This shot again, so cool. And I mean, just the impact. You see the humanity, you see that it's a man there. The hand, you know, Lucas again was not dumb. He could have had his other arm there, he could have had his arm down. No, he had purposely showing you the hand, the suffering, the reflection of Luke, the humanity of his skeleton. And of course, this shot, you know, we've all seen it a million times, but this is just a reminder to Disney that we're not stupid. We all saw this. We all know what happens. That's what happens to Palpatine. Game over. He's dead. Which, this was a cool effect too. The explosion coming up the shaft. Luke, as soon as he gets some strength, as soon as he can get up, what's the first thing he does? He goes over to his father. And his father, you can see he's like leaning on that like pylon or whatever. And Luke goes to him, not to hold him up against it, but to embrace him, to pull him to him, and for Luke to be supporting his father. You see, he pulls his father onto him. He has tears because all Luke cared about was redeeming this terrible, terrible machine. What a beautiful moment that is. Here he, helps him lay down. You see, he's holding his hand. He's supporting him here under his neck. After all the destruction, after all the things that Luke has been through. All he cares about is his father. So the Death Star's falling apart. Things are falling from the ceiling. Everybody's running around like crazy. And Luke is not going to leave his Anakin. Anakin, remember, is much taller and bigger than Luke is. And, Luke is even struggling, but he's not going to leave him. He's not just going to redeem him, but he's going to save him. He's going to take him out of here. Dead or alive, he's getting him out of here. He doesn't run. Because at this point, Luke's won, right? We're good. Vader's technically redeemed. So he, if he had to, could leave Vader and move on because he's done what he needed to do. But Luke, just again showing his character, is not going to leave his father behind. Which Lucas did a reflection of that. If you remember that there's the battle, Obi-Wan gets messed up by Dooku. They're trying to escape the ship, and Palpatine's like, leave him. And then Anakin says, I won't leave him. His fate will be the same as ours, I think is what he says. So it's, again, the reflection, the repetition of, not going to leave your mate, his master, and in this case, Luke, his father. So Vader kind of falls because he's too big, he's too heavy for Luke, but Luke's still insisting. He's dragging him to the ramp, getting him to the shuttle. There's things falling. Look, you can see troopers running. Luke is not going to give up. He's not going to leave his father to the end. Even if the whole damn thing collapses, he's going to get his father out of here. Again, one of the most impactful scenes in all of cinema. And you can see Luke's eyes here. 3PO moment. He already sees Anakin. When you truly love someone, you can see you see beyond the outside. And you can see here Luke is looking at his father. But Anakin wants to be able to see his son with clear eyes. And of course, here's where we truly see what is under that. What is in that machine? What is under that mask? Who, what is this thing that we've seen all these years that we've all loved and feared and admired and despised and all these things, right, at the same time? And, father and son, they finally get to see each other. I think that Luke, obviously, I've gone through this and I've shown you that Luke already saw all of this. He already saw Anakin. But it's touching, because he does see him in the flesh, but it's more touching because Anakin now truly sees. Not just his son, but he sees in general. He's not blinded by the hate and the rage anymore. He sees again. Not since, before going into the Jedi Temple, did he see. He sees again. By the way, he's a hell of a harmonica player. I'm just being silly. The details here, the voice box, the emotion in his eyes, the great acting. He always looked like an egghead to me. I always thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, Anakin sees. And now Anakin says, go, my son. He doesn't say, get out of here, run. He says, go, my son. And again, at this point, Luke has done what he needs to do. Furthermore, his father sees him. He could just go. But no, you're coming with me to the end. Luke will not fail you. He will not give up on you. That is Luke Skywalker. I'll not leave you here. I've got to save you. He already saved him. While the Death Star isn't quite destroyed, it's about to be destroyed, and I think Luke can probably sense that. The tides have totally turned. The Emperor's dead. He's redeemed Anakin. So at this point, he's already won. He's already saved him. But the dialogue, again, George Lucas, even now, I've got to save you, because saving you is more than just coming here, resisting, believing in you, staying to the end, but to the last. Even if this whole thing collapses down on us, I'm getting you out of here. You're coming with me. That's Luke Skywalker. I already have saved you, but I'm really going to make sure that I save you the correct way. Not go away. I don't care. The Jedi must be, finished. Luke Skywalker, already having saved his father, insists, I still have to save you. You already have, Luke. I love this dialogue here. You were right about me. The look in his eyes. And this is one of my favorite lines in all of Star Wars. Tell your sister. You were right. Luke, Father, I won't leave you. The whole thing coming down. This screenshot I wanted to show you guys because not only is the whole thing coming down, but most people never catch this, that this little explosion coming down is a TIE fighter. It's kind of neat. You wouldn't really ever catch it unless you're a nut like me that looks at things frame by frame and really goes over it. But yeah, it's a TIE fighter that's coming down. You can see here. Just a little detail. And Luke, by the skin of his teeth, gets his father out of there. And this is just because I love R2. And, the celebration. And I love how Archie's beeping and bopping there. Here, the pyre. And again, Lucas, the symbolism. It ends where it began. Anakin in the fire. That's where Vader began, and that's where he ends. The brilliance of George Lucas. One of the shots again This right here embodies all of Star Wars. A true hero. Never asked for anything, never expected anything, lost everything, sacrificed everything for his friends and his father. And of course, all of us, the galaxy, right? Because I always pretend like I'm part of that galaxy, like I'm there, I live there. Another beautiful shot. It all ends where it began. Thanks for saying this is a soap opera. Well, space opera, yeah. The George is a genius in this topic. People used to throw shit at Attack of the Clones. Attack of the Clones is one of my favorite movies. I love Attack of the Clones. And for me, it's just a romantic soap opera, even with the same comment. Yes. Smoked Skywalker, yes. I always joke around, Vader under that suit must be like burnt bacon. The smoke lighting the skeleton effects get a chef's kiss. Yes, they do. You forgot to mention they took the eyebrows of the 97 version. Yes, they did. I wasn't thinking about it. It just, it's a little detail. I'll not leave you. I've got to save you. Yeah. Every time I watch Star Wars, I cry. Even the prequels, especially the OT. Sometimes more than others. Not like I'm bawling, when I watch them, but I always get tears. And the Disney stuff, it's hollow. I don't feel. And it's not because I don't want to. It's because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Because they don't care. Because they don't love it. Because they don't have the attention or detail or care. And then, of course, the celebrations from the special editions. This is Bespin, Cloud City. This we'll get back to in just a moment. But for right now, look at all these people. And keep in mind, this is a galaxy with ships and cameras and a HoloNet and across planets. So everyone would have seen this and known this. Naboo, we free. Look at the amount of people or beings. And there's people all through here. Look at all through here. On here. There's a few here. All down in here. And of course the main crowd. Coruscant. All these people would have been aware. All these beings down here on this platform. Look at all these beings celebrating across the galaxy. Look at all the people. All because of this guy. Well, to be fair, the rebellion, Leia, everyone, were important. Luke didn't do it by himself. And of course, the Force goes. The three, biggest influences. Of course, Han and Chewie and Leia, but his guiding lights. The reason, well, maybe not the reason, but the direction, the tutelage, the care. As you all know, this was originally, I can't remember his name right now, the original Anakin. And in the special editions, he turned it into Hayden. This is one of those changes that I have no problem with, that it should be this way. And Lucas has literally said why he did this. And it is because the Anakin that you see on the Death Star is a Sith, or at least the remnant of that Sith. His true being was Anakin before he goes into the Jedi Temple. So that is why you see him, because a Sith cannot be a Force ghost. In the EU, they can transfer into artifacts, but a Sith cannot be a Force ghost. Only an enlightened Jedi can. So I'm perfectly fine with this change. I know, believe me, I saw these movies when they first came out, and it was a little bit, you're used to, but this one really truly makes sense. As much as I prefer the original Boba Fett voice, it makes sense that the voice of Jango is Boba Fett. So there was a couple things that made sense, and this one definitely makes sense. It's because you're seeing truly Anakin. And that's what Anakin was before he turned. And of course, Luke is looking at them, and Leia comes, and they're all, celebrating. I always felt that Lucas missed an opportunity here, that Leia should have came and stood next to Luke, and she should have seen the Force ghosts, because it is Leia after all. She is the twin, and that is her father. But she should, there's no reason why she shouldn't have seen Obi-Wan and Yoda, because she is, also has the Force. And I just thought that would have been a nice thing that he should have done, is that Leia would have came to Luke, say, hey, what's going on? And then she would have looked at what Luke's looking at, and she would have been like, and she would have also seen her father. I think that would have been just a little extra thing that George missed there. It would have been nice. But in any event, all's good. And they walk off together. I personally love the original Yub Nub, the original celebration of the Ewoks. I don't mind all the extra scenes, but I miss the original song. Personally. And, we of course finish out with these guys, who we all love very much as well. I think Leia should have seen that. And then, the last shot of the original Star Wars. The most beautiful films ever made. The most perfect ending in all of cinema. All the culmination of all the destruction and hate and loss and the Father is redeemed. And balance is brought back. And while, Anakin will always be the chosen one, and technically he brings balance, not only as we see it, but Lucas says it, and it's in my Skywalker Legacy documentary. He says that Anakin brings balance, that he's the chosen one. Even when he's Darth Vader, he's still the chosen one. And that Anakin brings balance because he destroys the Sith. He destroys the Emperor, and he destroys himself. Therefore, he brings balance. Because the ultimate reason why Vader is redeemed is because he ends up destroying himself to save his son. You see how now it flipped? Luke, this whole thing was about him saving his father, but at the end of the day, his father is the one that saves him. So technically, Anakin is the one to bring balance, but I've always said that you can kind of consider it that Luke was the one that brought balance, because Luke is the hero. Luke is the one that goes through all this and believes. And he fights for all of us. And of course, his Sith machine father. So you can in ways say that Luke is the one that brings balance. Anakin is always the chosen one. But in my eyes, Luke is the one that brings balance. Because he sacrifices everything to save his father. Disney really missed the mark. They truly do not understand what they saw. And that includes Dave Filoni. Because Dave Filoni worked on this film. He was right there with Rian Johnson consulting and learning how to make film. And Dave Filoni is just as guilty because he allowed this to happen. And I'm not here to get on Dave Filoni today, at least. Because anybody that's watched me knows I don't care for him, and he's a phony, and he's a big reason why we have all this crap. But just know that Dave Filoni is a big part of this mess. And some would say, well, but if he said something, he would lose his job. But there's this thing called integrity. And there's this thing called, if you truly love this franchise, you would never let this happen to Luke Skywalker. Because this is Luke Skywalker. That is why the little 5-minute bullshit that they did with Luke Skywalker, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. Anyways, before I forget, let me go back real quick. This is Tatooine, where Luke grew up, where Anakin spent time and grew up, where Jabba has a massive network, where you can see all these millions of people, where it would be all over the news and the HoloNet, where in The Mandalorian they show Cobb Vanth looking at the HoloNet and on Tatooine seeing the destruction of the Death Star, celebrating Luke Skywalker. All the way in the Outer Rim, everyone knew that Luke Skywalker saved the galaxy. Everyone. So when you have Din Djarin being completely clueless to the Jedi, and Bo-Katan being completely clueless to the Jedi, and Cara Dune, bless her heart, Cara Cynthia. By the way, Drunk 3PO, if you happen to be around or see this later, how did you not know her name, dude? It's not Cara. Everybody calls her Cara. It's Cara. Cara Cynthia. And I know this because they had an interview before Mandalorian premiered. Filoni, KK, all of them. They were all there. And the whole time they're talking about the show, and Favreau and Filoni and everybody's calling her Cara. So then when it came to Gina's time to talk, she's like, okay, first of all, y'all, it's Kara. I'm Kara Cynthia. You all are saying my name wrong. It was pretty funny. So I knew about that before the show came out. And everybody calls her Kara. Anyways, I'm just ribbing on you. Drunk. It is ridiculous to me that 5 years after Jedi, in The Mandalorian, they all act oblivious to Luke Skywalker. And it is also ridiculous that in the sequel trilogy, 30 years. Oh, I thought Luke Skywalker was a myth. Sometimes I wonder if the people at Lucasfilm have actually watched the films that they are going to create. Because everybody knew Luke Skywalker. He was everybody's hero, not just ours, but in the Star Wars universe. There wasn't a soul that did not know who Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker were. The Emperor, okay, he stayed in the shadows. He stayed, not everybody would have known him. But Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, everybody knew them. They weren't myths or legends or any of that. Everybody knew Luke Skywalker. So it is just a further example of Disney's non-care for the franchise, for these films, for George Lucas, and for our hero, Luke Skywalker. Did you say the Mark Hamill? Did I see the Mark? Yes, I did. Several of them, yes. The only thing that kind of bothers me about that last post is he says something like, the feeling of getting something that you never knew you wanted. I don't know. Like, you didn't know, Mark, that that's what you wanted? We all knew that that's what we wanted and that's what you want. I just think I know what he's trying to say, but I just thought it was worded funny. Like, again, it's like I wish somebody at Lucasfilm would be like, okay, guys, we admit it. This shit is bullshit. That's not Luke Skywalker, and fuck them for doing this. Like, and of all people, Luke, Mark Hamill, dude, just say it. That's Luke Skywalker. Don't code it and go around it. Like, the thing that I got that I never really knew that I wanted, I really wish it would have just said, that's Luke Skywalker. It's about time, Disney, something like that. But yeah, I saw that stuff, and I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Mark says. I'm not a Trump person, or I'm like an in-betweener. I'm not a left or right. He says some crazy stuff sometimes, Mark Hamill. He will always be Luke Skywalker. I love him to death for that. But like a year or two ago, he attacked Trump's grandkid, Ivanka's son, I guess, for wearing a stormtrooper suit. And it's like, dude, you're Luke Skywalker. You're everybody's hero. And you even talk about being everyone's hero and Star Wars is for everybody. But yet because it's Trump's grandchild, it's not good enough it's not acceptable that he's wearing a stormtrooper suit. I just that was really out of place, Mark Hamill. I love you, dude, but every child should enjoy Star Wars. It's for everybody, not because they support Trump or that's Trump. It's not that kid's fault that he's Trump's grandson. Even if Trump was Hitler, I mean, the kid doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just dumb. But anyways, according to millennials, we are toxic. They argue that because they had fun in the movie is good, and we're just toxic fans. This is Lord of the Rings in space. Yes. Sebastian Shaw, not Sean, but yeah. I'm not sure where you said his name, though. Do you think we will ever see another home movie release of the original non-special edition? No, I don't. Lucas didn't want them released. For better or worse, it's his art. I don't have a problem with everything he did in special edition, but a lot of it was unnecessary, especially the Jabba thing is just dumb. What I would have really liked is, you know, a couple little enhancement chips or stuff like that, and then just clean up the audio in the picture, because that did need it. It was, you know, some of you who are younger won't know. You know, in the original Star Wars, when the TIE fighters and ships were going by, like, you could see a block around them. You know, you could really tell that it was like a cell, an overlay. So, you know, stuff like that. Plus, they cleaned up the sound and made a surround sound and stuff like that. Like that, I thought should definitely happen. And some little things don't bother me, like Anakin's Force Ghost. But yeah, a lot of it was unnecessary. But at the end of the day, it's George's, and that's what he thought, at least what it should be. And I don't think we'll ever see them. I mean, you can get them. Look for Harmony, and there's also I think it's called 4K Project. I can find it again if anybody wants to know. But there's the Harmony editions, and then there's another guy that is restoring all of them in 4K. And basically, the Harmonies, I don't know how much they are, but the 4K, it's like you just make a donation, so you can look for them. But will we ever see them again? No, I doubt it. It would be amazing to go to the theater one more time and see those original films. And I guarantee you, if they did that, the box office would just break records. Like, you thought The Force Awakens made money? I guarantee you bring out the original trilogy, it will make 2 to 5 times more than The Force Awakens. It will embarrass the shit out of The Force Awakens. By the way, the original Star Wars made more than The Force Awakens. People don't realize this. They think it's like, oh, I made all this money. First of all, no, it costs a lot more than the originals. In today's time, that isn't as much money as it was in 77. And the original Star Wars made over $3 billion. It's like 3.5. It's been a while since I looked at it, but it's over $3 billion. So Disney didn't really do much. And Disney had the benefit of internet and TV and cell phones and 3 generations of fans. If George Lucas's new film came out in 2015, it would have made more than $2 billion. But yeah, the old films made more than the Disney stuff, and people don't even realize that. Not only did they cost a lot less, but when you adjust for inflation, they made more money. Anyways, yeah, back to the Mark Hamill thing. It was nice to see that, and you know. No, I don't think we'll see the special editions again, but you can find them if you really want them. The Harmonies, yeah, despecialized Harmonies. It's Harmonies, but yeah, is more than perfect. Did you just burp? Yes, I probably did. The music scene in the cantina was annoying. Yeah. Jabba's palace too. I like the original. I think that's what you meant, is Jabba's palace. I like the music better in the original. You know, and it's cool to like this celebration scene. That's cool. It's fine. It doesn't affect anything. Some of the stuff was, yeah. So anyways, my point here is that Din Djarin, Rey Skywalker, all these people absolutely know who the fuck Luke Skywalker is. That's Disney wanting you to forget. That's Disney hoping that we let it go so that your kids and your grandkids grow up not knowing Luke Skywalker. That's the point. That's what this is about. There's several motives to it. It's about destabilizing families and relationships and entertainment and pop culture and society. There's a lot of deep stuff going on here. But the primary out on the surface thing is to get you to accept and to forget about Luke Skywalker. On several levels, not just the white male, but the hero, having someone to look up to and to hold on to. Also the importance and value and depth of the original trilogy. because Disney understands they don't know how to do this. They don't know how to make this. And it's always easier to destroy something than it is to build it. Here's another screenshot I caught earlier. Just a really wicked scene. Look at all this mess. This is right when he's cutting off Vader's hand. I just thought it was such a cool shot. And again, Luke's not mad. He's just, exerting himself. So what do you think? Light side or dark side? Well, I think that I've more than proven it through George Lucas's dialogue, through the scenes that you saw, and hopefully through my heartfelt description of our hero. He is a Jedi, like his father before him. Well, that was quite a a ride down memory lane, man. The magic and beauty of Star Wars, real Star Wars. Those films changed the world. They touched the world. They truly were something special. So, all right, there's 6 of you still around, so I will continue. Let me see if there's anything. So, thank you for your keen observation breakdown of Star Wars. This stream is a pure indication of why I'm proud to be subscribed to your channel. Thank you for kicking off the new year with some heart. Thanks, brother. That means a lot. Truly. Because, people see my channel name and they assume things. But, I very much love Star Wars. So I appreciate that. Okay, so Luke Skywalker and the Mandalorian. As so many have been asking. And I thought of making a video, but everybody's got a video and a reaction and all that stuff. And so let's look at it from a broad view, a 20,000 foot view, and I don't hate The Mandalorian. It's a fun show. But sometimes people forget that just because you like something or because it's fun doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean that it's quality or full of love or well made. If right now I put a video of a train wreck on the screen, you're all going to watch it. And you're all going to be curious and you're going to watch it to the end, because that's part of human behavior, is we're drawn into even something like a train wreck. It's hard to take your eyes off of that. Now, I'm not saying that The Mandalorian, I'm not trying to directly equate it to a train wreck. I'm just saying that just because you enjoy something or you have fun with it doesn't mean it's good. Furthermore, a lot of times, a lot of things in life that we enjoy aren't good for us. I never tell anybody to not enjoy The Mandalorian. I never say that it's trash. Pretty much everything else Disney has made is trash, yes. Clone Wars was okay, but one, it's a cartoon, and two, it's full of retconning, canon-breaking mess. Ahsoka dies at Order 66. Sorry, I cannot accept Clone Wars because it breaks canon. And if you know me, I do not deal with anything that breaks canon. I do not accept it. And sadly, The Mandalorian is very guilty of that. Not just Ahsoka, everything about it. But anyways, it's not that I hate The Mandalorian or I don't want it to succeed. It's fun. If you turn off your brain and you just want to see something that looks like Star Wars, okay. It's nowhere on the level of what Star Wars should and could be. 2021, with the resources that Lucasfilm has, all the history, they can call up George Lucas at any time, and that's what they're giving us. That's nowhere the level of what Star Wars should and could be. But it's fun, you know. It's Star Wars-y, but is it real Star Wars? And it makes me a little sad that people are so accepting and are like, yeah, Star Wars is back, it's saved, and this is so great. And that's the level of Star Wars that you guys want? What I just spent 3 hours showing you? The Mandalorian doesn't hold a candle to that. Something made in 1983. One episode of The Mandalorian is more money or about the same money as what I just reviewed for you guys, what I just talked about. And it doesn't hold a candle to it. But in any event, I have fun. I watch all the episodes. It's neat to see all that stuff. It's a little bit overly fan servicey for me. Rather than write a good story and make it canon and keep it continuity, it's laser, spaceship, look, a robot, look, a blaster, look at, and all that's fun. It's cool, but one, you can make something new, and two, all of it doesn't really matter if the story's not straight. Like nobody knowing who the hell Luke Skywalker is. So I have a lot of problems with The Mandalorian. I don't want it to go away. I don't want it not to succeed. But I'm not someone that has faith in Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. In particular, Dave Filoni, because he's the one that's making all this canon mess. He's the one that breaks all this shit. Favreau loves Star Wars, and he knows how to make the show. But Filoni's the one that's supposed to keep everything in line. So those failures are 100% Dave Filoni. Because as good as Favreau is, he needs a guide. He needs someone that's going to show him what the canon is, what the lore is, and he needs that assistant. And then on the flip side, Filoni, while he knows all this trivia and lore and stuff, he breaks it and abuses it all the time, and he doesn't know how to make the show. So they actually are very good for each other. And they have amazing potential. But Filoni doesn't give a damn. Filoni is Team KK. Do not be deceived. I have the proof in video. I have pictures. He's Team KK. He's part of the problem. And he was with Rian Johnson on the set of The Last Jedi, learning from Rian Johnson and guiding Rian Johnson and allowing Rian Johnson to do what he did. So Dave Phony Filoni is responsible for a lot of this crap. Anyways, so from a wide view, it's not a very good show. Is it fun? Yes. Is it good? Is it decent? Sure. Is it great? Is it truly Star Wars? And then you've got all the canon breaking. And not just that it contradicts Rebels or the ST and the OT and everything else. But fuck, from one episode to the next, the shit breaks its own canon. It's ridiculous. But he doesn't truly love Star Wars because he would not allow all this mess. He would not contradict himself. Mr. Darksaber, Mr. Mandalorians don't wear helmets. Wait a minute, they do always wear helmets. Wait a minute, all that stupidity. 1 second, Boba Fett is not a Mandalorian. Now he is a Mandalorian. No, but wait again. No, he's not. I mean, it's just so stupid. I need to clarify who fucked Star Wars was from Lucasfilm. Wasn't Filoni. It was Pablo Hidalgo. Filoni was fucking angry with what Hidalgo was advising to Rian Johnson. Hidalgo got retired. That's not confirmed, although his Twitter has said that for a while now. And again, I'm sorry, but Filoni was on the set. Both Rian Johnson and him have said that he was on the set with Rian Johnson, helping with the lore, and Rian Johnson was teaching Filoni how to make shows, how to film, how to direct. I'm not saying it's just Filoni. I'm not saying he's... At the end of the day, KK is the one that's signing off on all this crap. But no, that Filoni is supposed to be the keeper of the light, and he's on the set allowing Luke Skywalker to get crushed. Dave Filoni should have been the first person to say, KK, you cannot do this. And if he got fired or had to walk off, well, then that's what you need to do, brother, if you truly love Star Wars. You would not allow Jake Skywalker, and you did. You were part of that. And some people might say, but he would lose his job. Well, first of all, he's got plenty of money. He's done plenty of stuff. He still will get royalties from the stuff he's done. But can you imagine if Dave Filoni or Favreau or one of these big names walked from? What if Mark Hamill had stood up and said, no, that's not Luke Skywalker. I will refuse. I don't care if I have a contract, if I got to refund my salary. I'm not going to allow you to film me, Mark Hamill, as Jake Skywalker. They're all responsible, all of them. They all went along with it. Also the new kids, John Boyega, all of them, everybody on the set should have been like, what the hell, KK? This isn't Star Wars. What are you doing? They all should have walked off the set. And KK would have been like, hey, I'll fire you. And then when everybody's fired or quit, guess what? It's going to be in the news that everybody walked off the set. And that would embarrass the shit out of Disney. If everybody that is involved in Star Wars says, there's a problem, this isn't Star Wars, and they walked away. If Dave Filoni would have took a stand instead of worrying about his little career, if he truly cared about George Lucas, Luke Skywalker, and Star Wars, he would have walked away. Filoni is not the only one, but he is a big, major, responsible part of this freaking mess. I don't have anything against him personally. I'm not trying to burn him or anything like that. But facts are facts, guys. And Dave Filoni is responsible for this mess. Not just what he allowed to happen to Luke, but all the stuff that continues, all the canon breaking, all the contradicting. And it's not even like he's breaking someone else's canon. He's breaking his own goddamn canon. Filoni and Favreau invented the Darksaber. And here we are, Bo-Katan is refusing to take it. Go watch my Pablo Hidalgo video from today. You invented the Darksaber and the rules of it, and yet here you are, a Mandalorian, saying that Bo-Katan can't take it. And meanwhile, if you go watch my video, you're going to see where Sabine hands Bo-Katan the damn Darksaber. She lights it up, and she's like, I take it for my sister, my clan, and for Mandalore. And yet in the Mandalorian, she can't take the goddamn... I mean, it's just ridiculous. And that's Dave Filoni. He's the one that's behind that. It's his canon, not even Star Wars canon or Lucas canon. His own canon. All right. Anyways, let's talk about Luke Skywalker. phony baloney. Filoni. So I don't hate the show. It's fun. Me, because of this channel, I look at the episodes very in depth. I watch them several times, and if you've seen my All the Problems with the Mandalorian, which chapter 2 I've been saying is going to come out, but every time I turn around, there's some new video or something going on. Chapter 2 will be coming out soon, and I will do all 16 chapters. And in the future, when there's more chapters, I will cover every last one with a fine-tooth comb. And like I said earlier, one episode of The Mandalorian has more problems than the entire 6-movie saga from George Lucas. Production and continuity problems. Every single episode of Mandalorian, and not even contradicting that stuff. Each episode contradicts itself. So that's why I don't get overly excited, because 1, it's a mess. 2, it breaks canon all over the place. 3, 2021, Lucasfilm, that's the best you can do. And at the end of the day, all paths lead to the sequel trilogy. Not only did Favreau say, it's in the beginning of this live stream, guys. There's a direct quote from Favreau. I'm trying to connect the sequels, the prequels, the OT, Rebels, Clone Wars, all of it. He wants to connect it all together. Then in the show, you've got stuff like them mentioning Order and Grogu going off with Luke. All these things are showing you it's going to Jake. It's going to the First Order. So while it's fun, first of all, they haven't even established, is it canon? And their fan fiction canon? Or is it just a side story? Because then you got Filoni saying, well, the Ahsoka stuff actually might be before Rebels. But yet if you look at the timeline, Rebels is before A New Hope. This is Filoni just bending and breaking and going all over the place. So if you're not taking your own show seriously, it's full of production problems. It's full of lore breaking. And you don't even know what timeline it's going to be in or what's real. And it's all leading straight to the sequel trilogy. I can't take it seriously. It's fun. And the way that I watch it, I always watch it at least twice in a row. First, I just watch the episode. Then I watch it a second time with the subtitles on, and also there's a setting for audio description. And it's basically a narrator talking throughout the episode, filling you in on little things. So, for example, the Dark Trooper episode, I already knew what they were. The second I saw them, I recognized them. I knew that's what it was. But the narrator also says, Moff Gideon's in the room with a bunch of Dark Troopers. So it gives you little insights to things, names or places or things that are going on that you can confirm or learn about something. So if you're just thought I'd mention that you can watch it with not just the subtitles, but there's an audio description. And that's how I watch it. I watch it the one time, just watch it. Then the second time I watch it and take it in more, but with the audio description and the subtitles. So I really start to look and hear and see what everything's going on. That's what I typically do, is I watch it twice, back to back, enjoy it, see what it is, and then I move on. When I do my All the Problems with the Mandalorian review, well, that's where I watch it like several times. Like I've probably watched Mandalorian more than all of you, because I watch it several times, and I watch it frame by frame by frame with a fine-tooth comb, and I find every little thing, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So even unintentionally or not willingly, I end up watching it several times because I'm looking at all the details. Plus, I cross-reference each episode and go back and forth, and it's just the whole thing. Anyways, part of why I mentioned that is, one, so that you understand I really look at it. I'm not just like, I don't like it. I mean, I'm really looking at it, and it's just full of freaking problems. But I also mention it because that's my pattern, is I watch it twice. The Luke Skywalker, the season finale, I watched it 3 times in a row. So with that, let me catch up a little bit on the chat, and I'll get into that. He was on, I think you were saying, on the set or something. And again, I'm not blaming everything on Filoni. It's a lot of people. It's all the people at Lucasfilm not stepping up or saying something, not refusing, not going, it's just like everybody going along with this shit. And at the end of the day, KK signs off on it. And on top of that, Iger is signing off on it. Iger, I give kind of a pass because he's a dumbass. He doesn't know Star Wars. He's just the business guy that bought Star Wars. He understands the money value, but he doesn't know a damn thing about Star Wars. So I can't get too mad at Iger because he doesn't know the shit to begin with. So if something breaks canon, he doesn't even comprehend that. Like what Pablo says in my video today. The fans, they don't even think on that level. They don't even know that, the academic breakdown of stuff. Meanwhile, like, he doesn't know Star Wars fans because Star Wars fans are the most critical and detailed of any kind of fandom. Far and away. Star Trek, maybe a close second because they're pretty fanatical too. But Star Wars is a whole other level of fandom. So for Pablo Hidalgo to say, well, the fans, they don't even, your little normies, new Disney fanfic fans don't know anything about that stuff. But Star Wars fans are all about the canon, all about the EU, all about continuity, all about the characters and story and all that. So it's funny that he said that because not that he meant to say that, but who he was talking about is literally Bob Iger. That's Bob Iger, like somebody that doesn't get it at all. So therefore, Bob Iger, what is he going to say? Because he doesn't even understand this shit. And Kathleen doesn't really either. Although, you've been appointed the president of Lucasfilm, you should do some homework. And you should ask people. You've got Pablo and all these people working for you. And I mean, you see the shit on the screen. You can't tell me that looks like it's the same Luke Skywalker that we all grew up with. Nobody on Earth. Some people like that junk, but there's nobody on Earth that's going to tell you that's the same Luke Skywalker. Obviously not. Anyways, he was on set because he was learning how to do live action, like in university, but was angry of what they were doing. I don't agree with that. Yes, I'm not saying that he was there only to maintain continuity. He was there learning from Rian Johnson. But when you're the lore guy, when you're the guy that's supposed to be maintaining George Lucas's apprentice, how the fuck are you going to allow Rian Johnson and KK to do that? You should have been the first one that said, that's not Luke Skywalker. What the hell are you guys doing? And it's because he's on board. He's part of the problem, guys. Filoni doesn't give a damn. He just wants to make money and make Star Wars stuff. I'm glad someone else isn't letting Filoni out. I will never let him off. He's, again, one of the biggest problems in this whole equation. It's not ridiculous. We don't know how she lost it and why she don't want to take it again. That can be explained. No, go watch my video. You can see. It's very clear. It's very clear. Ezra just picks it up and walks off with it. Maul takes over Mandalore. Kanan has it because Ezra takes it from Sabine. He gives it to Kanan. Kanan gives it back to Sabine. Sabine gives it to Bo-Katan. No, dude. Filoni is breaking his own freaking canon. There's no argument, excuse. He's a dumbass. And the thing is, it's not that he's even not smart enough to understand it. He just doesn't give a damn. He literally does not give a damn. And when you don't care about your own canon, you expect me to? Iger should have fired everyone when he found out KK let Ryan shoot a first draft and built a Star Wars park with no classic movie IP in it. Yes, he should have. But Iger's the one that signed off on it because I actually have the interview. It's in one of my videos. I don't remember which one now. It's probably one of my Star Wars news ones. It was a while ago. Where the actual guys, the main engineers, are talking about it. And they say how they were going to make Star Wars KK scrapped it because she wasn't worried about us old people that actually care about Star Wars. She was worried about the new generation. And she went to Bob Iger because Bob was like, okay, so what are we going to do? You're going to build the land, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, no, we shouldn't be thinking about the old 50-year-old fans. We need to think about the future. So screw everything that's made billions of dollars for 40 years. Let's make Batuu. Let's make Galaxy's Edge, because nobody that cares anything about the sequel trilogy are Rey, and we're going to make it all about those dummies. And meanwhile, you go to Disney and you don't see Darth Vader, you don't see Luke Skywalker, you don't see Chewie, you don't see Han, you don't even see Din Djarin or Baby Yoda. That's how stupid they are. They don't even have Din Djarin walking around. But every time I see people like these channels that go to the parks and they shill for Disney, and they're like, oh, the milk is great. And we went to Batuu and paid $25 for a hot dog, and it's awesome, dude. Because they get kickbacks and free passes and all that bullshit. And I always see Rey. I see Rey all the time. Hell, the girl that plays Rey that I see often is cuter than Daisy Ridley. But nobody cares about Rey. And there's no Luke. There's no Vader. There's none of that. And when they do have Vader and Boba Fett, they're dancing around like dumbasses. They have these like musical numbers and making them look ridiculous. Darth Vader boogieing. I know the kids like funny stuff and all that, but Darth Vader, the Dark Lord of the Sith, boogieing, shaking his ass. And if you look back at a lot of those videos, not just like there's official Disney ones that are showing you their music events, their dance thingies, but also, again, these channels that go and record this, you're going to see that for years and years and years. Just never Luke Skywalker. They hate Luke Skywalker. And again, go watch my Pablo video and you're going to see all the love that they're giving Luke Skywalker. Don't let me get a hold of Lucasfilm, because I'm firing everybody gone like that. Thanos snap. Bye. I mean, Ben Burtt, John Knowles, these kind of guys, of course I would keep them around. Favreau, I would probably keep him around. But Filoni, oh Lord, dude, you are so fired. I could do it better than you do, dumbass. I know the Lord just as well as you do. The only thing that Filoni has over me is he knows trivia. And why does he know trivia? Well, he's got access to the goddamn vault. He spent years with George Lucas. He's been around Lucasfilm. Give me 5 years of Lucasfilm to look around in the vaults and do all that. I mean, really? Because otherwise, Filoni can't keep his own story straight. He's probably the first person I fired, honestly, Dave Filoni. And, of course, KK. And then, Andy Gutierrez and all these other assholes, Pablo, they're all... From Grogu being tracked by DNA Fob, to Bo-Katan not taking the Darksaber from the Mandalorian, but does take it from Sabine. It's lore canon breaking 100%. Yeah. And again, the worst part of this is Dave Filoni breaking his own canon. Not even like coming behind another creator or author. It's like, man, this guy can't keep his own story straight. It's pitiful. Yet it's still better than... No, listen. Okay, Rogue One by far is the best thing that Disney's done. Let's be real. It feels like Star Wars. It looks like Star Wars. For the most part, it's decent. But it's just a side story, and it's not as nearly as good as what it should have been. And ironically, for me, Jyn, the girl Felicity that plays Jyn, should have been Rey. She's much more beautiful than Daisy Ridley. 1,000 times better actress. The only problem with Jyn is she's a little bit older. But to me, she should have been they should have brought her with Luke. I mean, they could use a million actresses. I'm just saying, if you're going to use her for Jyn, you should have used her for Rey. Flip them. Put Daisy on some little side bullshit movie. You should have brought Felicity, who's an experienced, beautiful actress, had her be the main under Luke. Man, they could have done. Anyways, Rogue One is the best thing they've done. And then Mandalorian. And a lot of people like Clone Wars, but whatever. It's not that special. But yes, all of that, everything they've made, even Rebels and all that nonsense, Resistance, all that's better than the sequel trilogy. And that's embarrassing when your three big films are the least revered out of all the stuff. Solo was god awful too, but honestly, I'd rather watch Solo than any of the sequel trilogies. And I don't even watch them again. I'm sure someday in the future I'll watch them again just for giggles, but I haven't watched them again. And I can't tell you how many times in my life I've watched Star Wars, Empire, Attack of the Clones, Sith, the story group. Yes. But that's not saying much. Yeah. The story group definitely getting fired. And their little Star Wars show assholes and all that mess. But Iger must be seeing Lucasfilm employees mocking the fans. What sort of business is that sort of space where they think that's a good move? I don't think that Iger cares, honestly. They're not paying authors. They're doing all this stuff. Obviously, Iger must not care, or he's just so clueless about Star Wars and understanding how things work. I think Iger's good, like on a big scale, is where he's successful. That's where he excels. But as far as like managing IPs, franchises, he's totally clueless. He doesn't get it. I thought that people who used off-the-shelf deepfake technology did a better job than CG people at Lucasfilm did creating Luke. Yes, they did. And that's funny that you mentioned that. Do I still have it? I think I might have just deleted it. Let me check real quick on my phone. Yeah, I just deleted it because I wasn't using it. Shoot, I wish I remembered. I have an app for my phone that was called something Morph. I can't remember. Morph is in the title. And I'm not sure. I think that the app maybe got deprecated. But anyways, it was this little app that you could take. You can import pictures, but you could also take your own face. And what they had is like all kinds of famous characters. Like, for example, Obi-Wan Kenobi. And what you could do is like Obi-Wan would be doing something, saying something or doing some action. And you could put your face, right? Whether from a picture or like using your live camera, you could put your face on Obi-Wan and then have like a quote or something, right? Hello there, or whatever. That little freaking app actually was pretty good. Like it could do a decent face thing. Better than what I saw in The Mandalorian. Better than that nonsensical plastic weird moving mouth thing that was trying to be Luke Skywalker. I'm sorry, but they really failed on that one. And I'm not saying that it's the worst effect I ever saw or that it looks plastic. It actually looks like a person. It's not that it looks fake, but it doesn't look like Luke. Or better said, it looks like somebody that looks like Luke, but it's not Luke. It doesn't actually literally look like Luke. It's like I said on a stream. You might be at a bar and you see somebody from across, the bar or restaurant or whatever, and it's someone you haven't seen in 10 years, like from high school. And then you're like, is that Stephanie? And you're like, you swear like that's that person. But then when you get closer or they turn and you actually see like another angle of their face, you're like, oh no, that's not Stephanie. But man, it sure looked like her. That's what I saw, is a guy that looks like Luke, but not really actually looks like Luke, if that makes sense. That little Morph app did better than what Disney did. A free app on my cell phone. It's disgraceful. And yes, the deepfakes are much better. Which I'm sure you guys have seen the George Lucas deepfakes, like him and Han Solo watching Baby Yoda and George Lucas going to Vegas. I mean, that stuff is great. And I think that stuff is like Collider or Looper. I think it's Collider. And I don't like those guys, and I don't watch that channel, but that stuff is brilliant. But what they don't remember is it's for kids, I guess, need a ride to the park, and I'm not going anywhere to revel in the glory of Ray Palpatine. Yeah, me either. How many retcons does Ahsoka have? Like 3 that I know of. Yes. Her standalone books, yeah, they are again, the Clone Wars and now every story about Ahsoka contradicts itself. But most important is it contradicts George Lucas, who said she dies in Order 66. Why? Because when Star Wars comes, A New Hope, the New Hope is Luke Skywalker. He is the last Jedi. Ahsoka cannot be alive. There are no Jedi, guys. I know the EU, Vader's going around killing Jedi, and there's Jedi. I love that stuff. It's cool, but there are no Jedi. That's the point of Luke Skywalker. He's the last. We're fucked if he doesn't succeed. Yoda says it himself. When I die, the last of the Jedi you will be. There is no Ahsoka Tano. I liked Ahsoka when she started. She was fine up until Order 66. She should have just died and then fine. But nope. Dave just had to keep his little Ahsoka alive. It wasn't even his. It was Ashla, made by George Lucas. But whatever. And here we are. And yeah, she was awesome in the show. She looked cool. She moved great. All that's fine and dandy. But she completely destroys the OT. Now Luke doesn't matter because Ahsoka was around. So the importance of Luke is gone. And Ray Palpatine has diminished and made Anakin unimportant. So literally, both Luke and Anakin are irrelevant because of the sequel trilogy and The Mandalorian, who are all supervised by Filoni, and they are connecting them all together. In my opinion, Rogue One is BS because it further degrades Luke Skywalker and said his shot being a miracle by a skilled Force adept. He was merely just dropping a bomb in a hole made for him. Yes, and in fact, Disney says that he really didn't do anything. He just dropped the bomb. It was really all about Jyn Erso, who, by the way, Jyn Erso is an old creation of George Lucas's. Disney didn't even come up with her. They changed the story a little bit, but she's not a new character. That was something in development from years ago in Lucasfilm. Now, me personally, everybody thinks I'm crazy. I love Jyn Erso, not only because I really like the woman, the actress. Not that I've seen a bunch of her stuff, but physically, a man to a woman, oh man, I like me some Jyn. But I thought she was a cool character. I thought she was a good actress. Was it as good as it should have been? No. Could it had a better story and better stuff going on? Sure, by all means. But I think that Felicity, did a good job with what she was given. And she's actually my favorite character of Rogue One. Most people don't seem to think she was that good. Everybody says the robot was the best. I don't know. I didn't think he was anything that special. He was cool, but he ain't no R2 or 3PO or anything else. I'd rather have an IG-88 than the K2SO. Not that he was terrible. I mean, he was fine, but I'm just saying. I like Jyn Erso personally. The woman, the actress, and the character. But anyways, but yes, it pisses me off that Disney goes back. I think it was in a comic, and they say, "Well, really, Jyn was the one that did everything for the rebellion. Luke just, just dropped a bomb. He didn't really do anything. It was all Jyn Erso, and that's bullshit." So I'm not trying to defend Jyn Erso. I'm just saying she had a lot of potential, and I personally like the actress and the character. I think she was cool. Her father happened to be the guy making the Death Star, which he wasn't originally. They changed that. But then she grows up and has to deal with all that, and I was okay with it. Anyways, the only good thing that the sequel trilogy and side movies has done is make me appreciate the books pre-Disney Dark Horse comics. I choose Legends. No, absolutely. And Disney does it to themselves. They just make all the old stuff even that much better. Like, they had an opportunity to try to compete and outdo that, and instead they just shortchange themselves. So, but yeah, Ahsoka, I mean, her novel contradicts, Mandalorian contradicts, Clone Wars contradicts, Rebels contradicts, everything that Ahsoka's in, it all contradicts each other. It's just total freaking nonsense. And the most important thing is it contradicts George Lucas. That right there is the end of the game for me. But then you can't even keep your own Ahsoka story straight. It's ridiculous. So, going back to what I was saying, I usually watch The Mandalorian twice. And then later, research and making videos, I watch it more. But my typical pattern is to watch it twice in a row. First, straight through, just to enjoy it. Second time, a little more detailed. I'm really turning on my thinking cap. I put on the audio description and the subtitles. Okay. This episode, or the finale, I watched 3 times. So, while there's tons of problems in The Mandalorian, and me of all people that understands the lore and is an old schooler and a researcher, and I see right through all that mess, I still enjoy it and I just watch it, So, I watched it the first time, and my opinion, it was a horrible episode. Probably the worst episode of season 2, and arguably the worst episode in the entire Mandalorian show. Terrible pacing, boring, nonsense. And I'm not even really talking about canon or production problems. Just the episode wasn't that great. And I think that most people agree with that, although some people have liked that episode. I think that most people say that, it really wasn't a very good episode. But then, of course, the Luke moment is its redeeming factor, and that little last section is interesting. So, yeah. So, anyways, I watched it first time through, not overly critical, just kind of, taking it in, and the whole episode I'm like, and I'm seeing the problems, and I'm seeing the stupidity, and then we've got the Bo-Katan can't take the damn Darksaber, even though I know that she's ruled Mandalore with it, and it's just, oh boy. So yeah, overall, I wasn't very crazy about that episode. Then we see the X-Wing. I knew it was Luke instantly for several reasons. One, because I knew they had to go there. That's why they brought it. Understand something. Ahsoka Tano, Bo-Katan, Luke Skywalker, that's not for you guys. They didn't do that for you. They didn't do it because they love Star Wars or because they care about you. They did it because Disney's a massive debt. Disney Plus needs subscribers desperately. They threw those in there to suck you in, to get you in, try to get some subscribers and try to rekindle some fire into Star Wars and The Mandalorian, because it was declining hard. Remember, at the beginning of the season, everybody's like, man, this episode sucked. This episode sucked. It wasn't until, halfway the last end of Mandalorian that people started liking it. They know they're in trouble financially and with the fandom. So, of course, they're going to put Luke and Ahsoka and all that. So, it's hard for me to connect with something I know they're using as a divisive tool, like Baby Yoda. Plus, where it ends up, Jake Skywalker. But anyways, I knew because I already knew they were going to have to do that. I knew because if you watch my video as Luke Skywalker's X-Wing in The Mandalorian, I went over with a fine-tooth comb of what Luke's X-Wing looks like and the whole thing about it. So the second I saw it, I know Red 5 like the back of my hand. Although they messed up the paint, which I'll cover in my review, all the problems with The Mandalorian. They fucked up the nose paint. But I knew it was Red 5. Obviously, only one X-Wing as well. Duh. You peep a glimpse of an R2 unit. Duh. Cara Dune says, oh, great, one X-Wing. Now we're saved or some shit. Duh. Of course you are, because it's Luke Skywalker. So I wasn't that shocked. I knew it was him. I could tell the second I saw the X-Wing. I did wait a couple seconds like, all right, If we see one or more other X-Wings, okay. But, within 5 seconds, it was like, nope, that's the one X-Wing. Yep, it's Luke. Then we see him from behind with the robe and the hood. And, have you seen Return of the Jedi? That's Luke, obviously. Then you see the green lightsaber. Then you see the glove. I mean, so anyways, to me, it wasn't a shock, or I wasn't that excited because, one, I know where it leads to. Two, I know the motive behind it. And three, I know Luke like the back of my hand. I know R2 and the X-Wing like the back of my hand. So it wasn't is what I had expected. So I saw Luke, and it was pretty cool. He goes through and he's wrecking shop, but it wasn't very long. He's just killing a bunch of droids. At the end of the day, I know they're dark troopers, blah, 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 but he treats them exactly as they are, robots, and he shreds them up. Then you got the scene, he takes off his mask, and it looks terrible. His mouth is going this way, and his dialogue going that way. At least it didn't look like a fake human. It just looked like the wrong human. And they could have done a lot of little things to make that scene better. I mentioned this in another stream, but the way it should have gone down is Mando says, "Are you a Jedi?" Which he should have known. All of them in that room should have known who Luke Skywalker is to begin with. Another problem. But as soon as he said, "Are you a Jedi?" Luke should have said, "I'm Luke Skywalker," and had just a little tiny slight smirk. And all of them, to me, the way I would have written it, the four girls would have looked at each other and then looked back at Luke. And either all four of them would have said it together, or one of them would have said, "The Luke Skywalker." And again, he would have a little smirk. He doesn't have to tell you he's a Jedi because he's Luke Skywalker, the person that saved the galaxy and everybody knows about. Hello. So it would have had a much cooler and bigger impact had he said, "Are you a Jedi?" And he says, "I'm Luke Skywalker." Everybody right then, you would have at least heard that name. And it technically, it was Luke, but did he say that he's Luke Skywalker? No. So now Dave Filoni has an out to say, "Oh, well, but that was really actually a clone of Luke Skywalker, because really we're going to Jake Skywalker." You see? And I'm not saying that it wasn't Luke, but I'm just saying there's that loophole there. He didn't technically say he's Luke. There's not a real confirmation. We saw a droid just like R2. We saw an R5 that was not quite right. Not R5, Red 5. So now you've got the excuse, Filoni, of saying, "Well, War Between Worlds," or "He was a clone," or this and that. You see? But anyways, he should have said, "I'm Luke." The girl should have said, "The Luke." It was a touching little moment with Grogu and Mandalorian. I think that was well played. It was fine. Also, of course, he's, very talented, but he needs training, or, talking about Grogu, Luke, right? What I would have done is Luke picks up Baby Yoda, just like, Grogu puts his little hands out and he picks him up. That whole thing was fine. But what I would have done is, you see Luke is walking to the elevator and Grogu's looking back, right? He's got him holding like this. And Din Djarin's looking at him. And what I would have, well, first of all, let me back up. He would have said, "I'm Luke." The girls would have said, "The Luke Skywalker." And then he would have nodded or smirked. Then what Din Djarin should have said, acknowledging the fact that everybody knows Luke, he would have said, "I would be honored if you took my boy or my son or Grogu." That's what should have happened. Out of Din's mouth, he should have acknowledged and respected Luke Skywalker and said, "I would be honored." not just because you're a Jedi, but because you're Luke Skywalker, I would be honored if you took my boy. So then he picks up Grogu and he takes him. He's looking back. He gets in the elevator and turns around. Talk about missed opportunity. Right then and there, you should have seen like the little light bulb go off in Din Djarin's mind, and he should have reached to his side and pulled out the little ball, the shifter knob. And he should have held it and shown it to Grogu. And while they're in the elevator and Luke is turned around and looking, and Grogu's looking at Din Djarin, little Grogu with the Force should have grabbed the ball. And Luke maybe would have had a little smirk or seen it, and then the door would have closed. That would have really put a heavy impact on people's hearts. You want to pull on heartstrings? But it would also show Grogu's, again, the Force, but now from a farther distance, that he's going with the right person, and that he's taking a memento, right, from Mando. And Mando would have been proud because he took, remember, the Razor Crest, that dumbass ship. I was so happy to see that get blown up. Just me. I was like, yes, fuck that ship. That's just me. I was so happy to see that thing go poof. Anyways, that was the only thing outside of the Beskar spear, right? The pike. So it would have been a very special moment for Grogu to take the shifter knob. It would have been nice for both Din and Grogu. Luke would have seen it. The girls would have seen it. That's another thing. The girls didn't have any shock or pride or a tear. They're all just like, I mean, come on, let's be real. 4 women, Luke Skywalker, baby Grogu's going off with the Master Jedi. They all would have been like, bawling. Even Din. But those 4 girls would have been like puddles on the ground, just bawling. Be real. And they're all just like, there's a lot of little things there. It could have been so much more impactful. Anyways, overall, the Luke Skywalker thing was pretty well done. I'm not trying to trash it. Just saying. They could have really turned it up a notch. So anyways, they're in the elevator. He grabs the little ball. Everybody would have seen it. It would have been a cool little moment. Elevator closes. Another thing they should have done is Boba Fett. Boba Fett drops them off, and then, dude, why didn't you circle around? Number one, he could have taken some of the Dark Troopers out in space. Remember, they all get sucked out? Okay, throw one more assignment charge and take some out. Shoot them with your guns. Do something. Dude, Boba could have taken out at least one or a few of them out in space, which would have been freaking cool. But also, to me, Boba should have came back. I mean, all his buddies and crew are there now at this point. He should have came back, landed in the damn thing. He could have taken out 1 or 2 Dark Troopers. I don't expect him to take out a bunch of them, but he could have taken out 1 or 2. And it would have been really cool if towards the end, at that last hallway scene, there's an extra one that the Dark Trooper that drops down or comes out from behind, and Boba ends up blowing off its head or somehow killing it or disabling it or something and saves Luke. Technically, Luke is so powerful that he didn't have to save him. Luke would have evaded or got out anyways, but they could have made it where Boba killed that last droid that was coming at Luke. So now Luke looks at Boba and Boba looks at Luke. You understand the lost opportunity, that moment? And I'm not saying that they had to fight. They're past. I mean, Boba wasn't attacking Luke directly. He was just protecting Jabba's thing. And Luke didn't care. Luke was just there to get his friends. It's not like Luke knows he's a bounty hunter. It's not like it was something personal. He was just doing what he's doing. So they actually could have had a cool moment there where Boba comes back, actually helps Luke. They see each other and they acknowledge each other. Luke could have even said like a little snarky thing like, "Oh, I guess your jetpack's working," or just they could have came up with some little thing there. What a cool moment! Boba Fett, Luke Skywalker, saving the crew, and the elevator opens. There's Boba Fett and Luke Skywalker, and they go through with the rest of the stuff. And Boba Fett joins the crew. So simple, but they're not thinking. Boba Fett should have been there. It would have been really freaking cool. I'm uber upset that they fixed all the nets and scratches to Boba Fett's armor. The real Boba Fett wouldn't have given a womp rat's arse about that type of thing. That to him would be a badge of courage. Well said. I've mentioned that, and I will talk on it in just a second, because again, Boba's my guy. But let me finish real quick on the Luke thing. So, the first time I watched it, it was fun, it was cool, but the episode sucked, and the CGI was like, ugh. There was a lot of missed opportunities. The Darksaber thing was just so stupid. So then, yeah, Luke gets in the elevator and goes off with Grogu. Okay. It was fine and dandy, but I didn't cry. I wasn't like all overly excited because, again, my critical mind, my knowing what's happening mind is like, okay, so that's Jake. Great. All right, so then I watched it again like I usually do. And this time I was like, all right, let me be less critical. Let me just watch it and try to enjoy it. I'm a little bit in shock of what I saw, I guess. And let me just watch it again, which I do anyways. Okay, so second time around, same. And by the way, I watched the whole episode. I didn't just jump to Luke. So same problem, same silly episode. I wasn't very impressed. And I saw Luke. Now, the first time around, it's not that I didn't notice. I saw all the stuff that he did, how he killed the droids and all that, and I thought it was badass. Don't get me wrong. And so it's not like the second time around, it's like, oh, I didn't realize that. No, I saw it the first time, and I saw it again. The second time, I did have some tears. But not because I was like, yes, Luke Skywalker, he's back. Star Wars is saved. I had some tears because it was a stark reminder of the destruction of Luke Skywalker and the Star Wars franchise. I had some tears from a broken heart, not of joy, not of hope, not of belief, because I know damn well they're going to pull the rug out from under you guys any minute now. And sure enough, Pablo Hidalgo and other idiots from Lucasfilm, what do they last? A week? And we ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till these new shows and other things start happening. So I did have some tears. But again, it was because of the destruction of Luke, because of the reminder of all of this. Because for a while, although Jake is always in my head, I tend to stay away from talking about Luke too much because it sucks. So when I saw the episode, as cool as it was to see Luke, it didn't really affect me that way. I wasn't all hyped up and proud and all that stuff like so many people were. And I wish that I could be. I'm jealous that I can't be. But I'm like a detective. I'm a researcher, and I don't just see the dead body. I see everything in the room. And that's Jake Skywalker. Now, that short section of him fighting and doing his thing is awesome. I think it's really well done. I think that's literally Luke Skywalker. Like, some people say that he's OP. I'm like, no, that's what Luke Skywalker would be. That's exactly how he was supposed to be. That right there. He's perfectly powered. He's looked great. It was awesome. There's two little technical flaws in the battle, but for the most part, it was pretty flawless. Very cool. And it's not that I wasn't happy to see Luke kicking ass. I mean, obviously, we all wanted that. But when you know where it leads, and when you've been, giving me black eyes for the past 8 years, and when you've mistreated the fans and the franchise and Luke, it just didn't do to me what it did to a lot of other people. And I think that it's beautiful that some people enjoyed and loved it that much and got all emotional and all that. The only thing I don't like is that everybody made videos about it. And I know you got your channels and you want to express yourself and all that. I'm not saying that feelings aren't for sharing. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when you guys are making these videos and you're like, oh, Luke's back and we're saved and it's great and Luke's amazing, all you're doing is it's like when you come home and your dog had chewed up the whole fucking living room, and instead of you like slapping that dog on the ass and locking it in his cage for a day so that it really thinks about it, you just 5 minutes later it gives you puppy eyes and you're like, oh, well, you just destroyed all my documents and library. You ate like 15 books and knocked over food and broke a lamp, but you gave me puppy eyes, so okay. So now you're telling the puppy that all that bullshit you did, and, oh, by the way, you pissed and shit all over the floor and the couch. So all that stuff that you did, well, it's okay because you gave me puppy eyes. And that's the problem that I have. By all means, enjoy Luke. By all means, express yourself. And I don't want anyone to not have that moment. But a lot of people were making videos about it. And what you're doing is, some are of the mentality, we got to tell Disney this is the right thing. They know what they're supposed to do, guys. They're not dumb. They know that they were supposed to respect Luke Skywalker. But what you're doing by making these videos and having this reaction is you're saying, see, we can do whatever we want. All we got to do is give him 5 minutes of Luke Skywalker, and now we got him right back again. And we can, now for the next 8 years, we can shit all over them again. You all should have you should have had Disney like, did it work? Did it work? Did it work? That's what you should have done. You should have just stayed quiet, enjoyed the episode, have that moment with your friends and your families and other creators and behind the scenes, talk about it, maybe in a live stream. But making these reaction videos, all you're saying to Disney is, go ahead, shit on us for another 8 years, because all you got to do is throw 3 minutes of Ahsoka and 4 minutes of Luke Skywalker, and we're right back on board. That's my only thing, is that I think it was kind of foolish to, one, think that Star Wars is back, because it's not, and two, that you're showing Disney that that's all it takes. But as far as enjoying that moment and thinking, you expressing yourself of the joy of that, no, I think that's beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I don't deny that to anybody. But to me, the few tears that I had was the stark reminder of the destruction, not the celebration of a half-assed CGI'd killing a few robots, Luke Skywalker. It's fun. It looked really cool. The fight stuff, again, I love Luke as much as the next guy, and it was awesome to see him be Luke Skywalker. But that's what episode 7 was supposed to be. That's what they should have done. It's way too late. It's way too late. I am not forgiving you for 1 second for all that bullshit that you did. Abusing the fans, talking shit, destroying Luke, making a just ridiculous sequel trilogy. All your shows are all over the place and making a mess. It's not enough. Not for me to get my attention or for me to speak well of it. Those few minutes of Luke kicking ass are awesome. I enjoyed it. Great. But that's it. And that's just me. I'm not telling anyone else how to feel or what to do. I'm just saying. That's my reasoning. That's my logic. And a lot of people have been asking me, so, I did want to talk about it. And then I watched it a third time, which I usually only watch it twice because I wanted to. Okay, I saw it the first time and was numb. I saw it the second time and it gave me the opposite reaction of just a reminder of pissing me off that you fucked up Star Wars. So then I watched it a third time. And I was right back to where I was on the first time. Crappy episode. Mandalorians that don't take off their helmets, but they all have their helmets off. A darksaber that has been passed around like a cheap whore, and that Bo-Katan herself has wielded for Mandalore and ruled Mandalore with, is now saying that she can't take it, even though Sabine gave it to her. It's ridiculous. And Mando, who's supposedly part of her tribe, and she wants him to join them and all that, he can't give her the freaking... I mean, it's just so stupid. So I watched it the third time, and it's just right back to where I began with. This is stupid. Full of problems, full of lore, and your little Luke Skywalker stunt, as cool as it is, as fun it is. I even took clips. I even made a video. I will use some of those clips again, and I think it's awesome. But it's Jake Skywalker. And Kylo, and unless they retcon or change something or state that it's not canon, well, Kylo's just going to kill Grogu. So Luke and Grogu, the two things that everybody's excited about, are both going to die and be assholes anyway. So what's the point? What's the point? Why get emotionally invested and get wound up and crazy and all this? They're suckering you. They're giving you a little lollipop and you're running like a child after it. And I just think that you need to guard your heart a little more. Enjoy the moment, by all means. Luke Skywalker, hell yeah. But it's like someone that gave you a black eye for 8 years, and then they're like, oh, well, but here's a flower, so we're all good, right? Everything's fine. Guess what? Tomorrow, you're going to get a black eye again. So, again, I'm not trying to hate. It was cool. It was fun. But Star Wars is not saved. Star Wars is not back. And you better watch out because soon enough, they're going to retcon that. Oh, Luke was a clone. You know, some dumb shit they're going to do. That's not the real Luke. He was a clone because Luke is actually Jake. All right, I think I've said enough on Luke. If anybody has a question or brings up something, I'm not against talking about Luke. I'm just saying, I think I've made my point. It was awesome to see him, Master Luke, by all means. Me of all people, very happy to see it, but I'm not buying it. Let me just double check here, Boba Fett, before I get into Boba Fett, if there's anything else. Great analogy. Yeah, that's the thing. And not everybody's like me, but I'm just an analytical person. I'm a detective. I'm a researcher. So if I go into a crime scene, I'm not just, oh, well, there's the body or there's the candlestick. No, I'm looking at the fingerprints, the footprints, the book that's out of place on the shelf, the glass that's knocked over, the trail of water or blood, all those little details I'm constantly seeing, especially someone that understands Star Wars and the lore so well. So to me, it's like, okay, well, there's Luke, and everybody's like, okay, case closed. There's the body. Let's move on. And me, I'm like, well, you need context. How did that body get there? What's going on with that body? Did it get moved? Is it the correct body? That kind of stuff. So yes, I don't just see the body. I am seeing the crime scene, the whole room. And maybe that's my own flaw. That's what takes me away from it. And some people are like me. Most people are just like, well, okay, there's the body, case closed. I'm just not that way. Gonna take a lot more, Disney. It's a woke joke. Yes, it is. And I'm not sure if you're speaking about Mandalorian specifically, but all the Disney stuff, it's fan fiction. All of it. It's fan fiction. Doesn't mean you can't have fun. I'll say what I said earlier. You can like something and have fun with something. Doesn't mean it's any good. All right, so I did enjoy seeing Boba Fett kill Bib Fortuna and claiming the Hutt Palace. I'm trying to remember your previous Boba Fett thing so I can address it. Somebody had asked me about Boba Fett. Was it you, that guy? Okay, anyways, first let me address this and then we'll talk about the other part. It was cool to see the palace and Bib Fortuna and all that, and I don't have a problem with it. But, dude, we all saw Bib Fortuna die on the goddamn sail barge. Here we go again, Dave Filoni. And I know there's some like little EU story that some of them escaped and got some little sand skiffs and got away. Bullshit. We all saw the goddamn movie. The skiff gets blown up, everybody's dead, and they even say, pick up the droids. Luke would have known through the Force if they were around, and we would have seen them. We would have seen trails or tracks or footprints. We would have seen somebody. Bib Fortuna isn't like he didn't have a jetpack or a vehicle or anything. He's got this long robe. He would have been like, oh, trudging through the sand. Nobody saw him. Nobody did anything. Come on. We saw the damn skiff blow up. He's dead. And here we are. Nobody's ever really gone. Typical Disney fan fiction. So it's just like the Luke thing. Like, yeah, it's cool. Bib Fortuna in the palace. But then when you think about it and you're looking at the crime scene, you're like, dude, he died in 1983. Seriously? And like a definitive death because we saw the ship blow up. Boba's different. He fell in the pit and you don't know what's down there. You don't know what happened. But when you see Palpatine go down a shaft and the ship blows up, or you see Bib Fortuna on the damn sail barge and it blows up, he's dead. I'll even give you the Mace Windu argument. Although I think he is dead. Okay, he got thrown out of the window. We don't actually see. Maybe somebody caught him or he grabbed a ledge. Okay, I'll give you that. But Bib Fortuna and Emperor Palpatine are fucking dead. Seriously. Boba Fett. Boba Fett is my favorite character of all time of anything. Yes, it's freaking stupid that he painted his stuff. Boba Fett, if you know about Boba Fett, that was the point of his outfit. All those dings and marks and scratches, and those were trophies. Boba Fett, his suit was known for two things: full of weapons and death, and then trophies. The Wookiee braid, the scratches, the dents, the dented helmet. He could have fixed that 1,000 times. That's a trophy, baby. That's saying you can even shoot me in the head, and I'm going to get that ass. That's Boba Fett. So all those scratches and marks are his experience. He's not worried about being pretty. On the contrary, I'm not going to say nothing. You're just going to see me here, and you see that I'm no joke. You see that I've been around the block. So it was absolutely ridiculous that he painted his suit. And then to take it extra double Filoni stupid, he painted in the damn dent. I mean, okay, he paints his suit, fine. You're going to fill in the dent? How goddamn stupid, Dave Filoni. His biggest trophy, the dented helmet, is his nickname. Boba Fett has two main nicknames: the best bounty hunter in the galaxy and the dented helmet. And here Dave Filoni's painting the shit in. How stupid. He looks awesome, all fresh paint. I'm not saying it, but that's Disney Star Wars. It looks cool. But then when you think about it, you're like, this is fucking stupid. I'm uber upset that they fixed all the dents and scratches to Boba Fett's armor. The real Boba Fett wouldn't have given a womp rat's arse about that type of thing. That, to him, would be a badge of courage. Yes, those were all trophies. Those were all badges of honor to him. That was the point of Boba Fett. See what I've been through? And by the way, the Mandalorian's kind of mixing up and implying that he has Beskar. No, he doesn't. Boba Fett, if you know Boba Fett and you know that Star Wars lore, Dave Filoni, he always had Durasteel. And furthermore, if it's Beskar, why would he have a big dent in his helmet and down on his crotch? Because it's not Beskar, dude. It's Durasteel. So either, again, Dave Filoni doesn't know as much as people think, or he just doesn't give a damn. Neither works for me, because you should know your shit and you should give a damn. So as much as I love seeing Boba Fett, and he's the least of the problems, like he's pretty accurate. The only real thing I have problem with I had with Boba Fett is that when Casca, I mean seriously, Boba Fett with his cable wraps up her arm. He's twice her size, not necessarily twice her size. Well, yeah, in thickness, he's twice her size and weight. He's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, and little ass Sasha, 114 pounds she weighs. She's a badass. She in the real world is a professional fighter. I'm not saying, she would kick most guys' ass, and she's a Mandalorian. I'm not trying to take nothing from her. And it's not even that she's a girl. It's just that Disney doesn't understand. There's a point where fantasy and reality are going to crash. And it's just not at all realistic that she's fighting a man that size, period, and tossing him around. But Boba Fett, of all people, come the fuck on. Stop with that girl power bullshit and be real. Boba Fett would have wasted her. He would have mopped the floor with everybody in that freaking cantina. So that shit was dumb. Outside of that, I think he's fine. He's cool. I love Boba Fett, so it was awesome to see him. The suit is stupid. The whole thing painting the suit. The Casca thing was dumb. The whole thing going back and forth that you're a Mandalorian. No, but you're not. But the armor, the chain code. But no, it's because of Django. But no, you're a clone. But this one, it's just, oh Lord. It's so dumb. Especially when, as I said in the beginning of this stream, you should have just made a Boba Fett show. You had a movie in plan. You had a TV show in plan. You had 1313 the game, and you had Underworld the show. And it was all about Boba Fett. You have his lore. He's one of the most loved and respected characters. I know there's people that don't give a damn about Boba Fett, but for those that of us that are old school Star Wars lore guys and collectors, Boba Fett's one of the most collected, most valuable, and most loved character in all of Star Wars. He has massive, hardcore fan clubs that other characters don't. Boba Fett is very legendary. And had you just announced Boba Fett show, the bounty hunter, everybody would have been like, yeah! And you could have literally done the whole same story, but with Boba Fett. A pre-established, pre-loved badass. You don't have to go through this whole thing of him looking like a jerk. The best bounty hunter in the galaxy is going to save this little Grogu, although I have problems with Grogu, but okay, do the same story, but it's Boba Fett. Because nobody cares about Din Djarin. Nobody remembers him. It was the Boba Fett. It was the Baby Yoda show. We all know that. And guest stars and cameos. So, more than anything, I was, I'm very happy to see Boba Fett. I always knew he'd survive because I've read all the EU and I've heard George Lucas talk about it, and that's not a surprise. It was just a matter of when. I wished George Lucas would have done something about it. And who knows? Maybe the sequel trilogy, the real sequel trilogy, maybe Boba Fett would have popped up. Who knows? Especially, he did say it was going to be not too long after Jedi. So I would think he would have brought Boba Fett. It's also ironic. You see how they're spacing the show. Like now, Mandalorian's not till 2022, guys. Boba Fett comes next Christmas, and then Mandalorian. You could have just done Boba Fett in the beginning. This whole thing could have been Boba Fett. Everybody loves and knows his ship. Everybody knows and loves his costume and his helmet and all that. You could have just made all kinds of money off of Boba Fett stuff and brought him back and done the Sarlacc pit and all this stuff. Again, Disney does not understand the IP that they have. They do not understand the franchise that they have and the money that they are losing out of just ignorance and miscare and lack of understanding of the franchise. Well, it's their wallet, it's not mine, so it's just a shame. It's all just a shame. All right. Well, I'm not sure if anybody else is around. It says there's only 2 people, which I don't know that there's anybody else around. So, unless anybody has any questions or comments or wants to talk about anything else, I think maybe everybody's gone anyways at this point. I covered Luke Skywalker. I hope you guys enjoyed that. And, you know, we'll see what happens. But at the end of the day, you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's Jake. Until they denounce the sequel trilogy and start over. So we'll see what they do. But that's just how I feel about it. I think it was a great moment. I think it was great for a lot of fans. And I hope that people enjoy that for a long time. But just remember who you're dealing with. The mouse does not give a damn about you or anything but money. And it's sad that they don't do those types of things for you, the fans. They're doing it out of desperation, and they're doing all this fan fiction and bringing out characters just to string you along. So, I guess I will leave it at that. I love Star Wars, and I love Luke Skywalker, and I hope that someday things will be fixed. Not for me. I've seen it 1,000 times. I know the story ended in 2005. 1 through 6 is done. George Lucas. I enjoyed my Star Wars. The reason why it bothers me the most, or I care the most, is because of our kids and our grandkids growing up not knowing Luke Skywalker, but knowing Jake Skywalker, not knowing Star Wars, but knowing the mess that is the sequel trilogy. That's what scares me. That's why I do this and what bothers me. Not my memories, because I have them. I can always go back and watch 1 through 6. It is what it is. They can fool everybody out there, but they can't fool me. I know what Star Wars is. But I always think of the future, the kids, the grandkids. Had they treated Star Wars properly, 300 years from now, Luke would still be the biggest hero of all time. Instead of, you know, this thing that's in shambles. So, anyways, I'm getting sleepy. I've done more than enough jabbering for the night. I hope that I was able to entertain some of you guys. Anybody that's new, I very much appreciate you coming in. The channel's growing quickly. Thank you so much. Again, if I missed anybody, I apologize, but I do see you guys. Some cool stuff coming. The Empire Project, which I have mentioned, is days away. That's going to be an awesome big one. Keep an eye for the Empire Project. You will know. It's not called that, but you'll know. You'll know what it is. Very soon. And, well, I'm always here. If anybody ever wants to reach out, notmystarwars1977@gmail. I'm on pretty much every social media. There's a Discord, everything, all the links are in the description. And I'm always here. I'm always listening. So if there's things that you guys want to request, that you want to talk about, that you would like me to make videos about, please reach out, because I'm always open to stuff. I will continue to do what I can. And, you know, I try to very consciously make videos that are different than everybody else's, talk about different stuff and do different things. So, all right. Trying to think if there's anything else. Please check out the merch store if that interests you. If you enjoyed this and my videos, the best way to support is channel memberships. Just hit the join button on the on any of my videos or homepage. There's different levels there, different perks. If there's anything you would like to see as far as different levels of perks or actual perks in the levels, just let me know. Outside of that, I miss Luke as much as anyone, and it was nice to see him. But you know, I hope my live stream, it's not about diminishing the Mandalorian or whatever, but I hope that this stream, the main reason why I wanted to do it is to remind everyone what Star Wars is, who Luke Skywalker is, that what we're seeing is just a shadow, just a ghost, a fraction of Luke Skywalker, the real Luke Skywalker. It's fine and fun to enjoy what we saw the other day, but just remember real Star Wars. That's why this channel exists, is to celebrate George Lucas and Star Wars. So thank you so much again to everyone for the past year. Hopefully 2021 will be much better for all of us. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Channel's growing really fast. And I really appreciate you guys. So I will see you soon. I guess the only other thing is I did a poll and everybody's like Fridays. So I don't know that I'll do every Friday. I'd love doing live streams, but I don't always have something to talk about, and I'm always by myself. So, you know, and I try to reach out to people, but people don't answer my emails. People don't want to come talk with me. So what can I do? I'll keep an eye out because Bounding, I'm probably going to go on to Bounding on the comics soon, and we're going to talk about Mandalorian, which reminds me, John, I need to reach out and talk to you. We were talking about it the other day. Some cool stuff coming. Keep an eye for the Empire Project. Fridays, I'm a little bit worried too, because if I commit to Friday, now I'm stuck every Friday, right? Doing something. Not that any of us are going anywhere because we're all stuck at home. But I don't want to commit to, like, I'm going to be here every Friday because I don't want to let anybody down. But I think I can probably commit to every other Friday. And don't get me wrong, if some news is going on, something's talk about and something's going on, I'll do a live stream at any time. But everybody's been asking me for Fridays is what I'm saying. So one, if you guys can comment, if you know what time, what's the best time for everybody? I'll do another poll, but and yeah, I'll try to at least every other Friday. I'll do my best to commit to that as long as there's something to talk about. There's always something. And if there's enough people that are watching and get involved and there's enough to talk about, I have no problem with doing a stream every Friday or every day for that matter. But I try to do them when I have really good stuff to talk about, and also so that I have time to create videos. Because I'm not like other channels. Most channels are like they make videos or they do streams. Whereas me, I've got the extra pressure if I do both. And to me, the actual edited, created videos are the priority. Although I very much like doing the live streams and interacting with you guys. So, anyways, unless anyone has any other question or comment, I'll wrap this up. And again, I just want to say one more time, thank you so much, guys. The channel has grown tremendously. It's been a lot of work. It's been a year, but I'm a bit blessed because there's channels that go for years and don't really go too far. And after a year, it's blown up. I think I totally deserve it. I'm very active and I make some really cool videos and I spend a lot of time editing. But yeah, it's still pretty awesome, and we'll see where it goes. So just want to say thank you so much to everybody. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Keep your head up. Things will get better. At least we hope. I mean, it can't be too much worse than last year, I suppose. And, you know, I can't say the real Star Wars is going to come back. I can't say that Disney's going to do the right thing because they've proven to us over time and again that they don't care, that they're going to do the wrong thing. But what I can do is share the knowledge and the love that I have for real Star Wars, for George Lucas, for George Lucas era, for the EU, for, again, real Star Wars. So no matter how bad things get, how even if there's no news or anything to talk about, however, you know, maybe Disney fixes their course or maybe they just keep shitting on things. At the end of the day, it won't matter because I have 35-ish years of real Star Wars to talk about. And I haven't even had the time to talk about like the prequels and like I love Attack of the Clones. There's so much I can do and we'll talk about there. Empire and other stuff, you know. So regardless of how dry or bad things get, at least here on Not My Star Wars, you will always have something because I celebrate George Lucas. I've been around since May 25th, 1977. I know it, I love it, and I will continue to celebrate and share it. I'm not downing or comparing or belittling any other channel. We all have our ways. We all have our things that we do. We all have our things. But you will always have here the truth, heavy research, and tons of love for Star Wars. So, again, thank you so much to everybody that has subscribed recently, everybody that came into the stream, anyone that sees this replay. And I will see you soon. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all that good stuff. Kwanzaa or whatever your thing is. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. 21 should be better. Let's hope. All right, guys. I thank you so much. I will see you soon. There's videos coming. And thanks so much for the support and the love throughout this year. I will talk to you guys soon. I'm going to leave you with a little exit video. And again, if I forgot anybody today, please don't take it personally. It's a lot of people. But I see you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so, so much for everything. And onwards. Let's see what cool stuff we can make. I would like to, at some point, make a fan film. We'll see. There's a long road and stuff to be done. But we'll see what happens. All right. Thanks again. Appreciate you guys. See you soon. And may the Force be with you. Wrong one. Hold on. Oh. Where's my... there you are. Okay. So again, thanks, guys. Talk to you soon. Please reach out if anything. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think, what you want, what you feel. You can always reach me on my email or my social medias. I'm always here. So take care and may the Force be with you. Please like, subscribe, and comment on the video. May the Force be with you.